Here from the middle is that
Today number 3 here at Lugogo Cricket Ground, where Uganda is taking on Canada. And my name is Arjuna Fortunate. We are going to see the match day number 3, match 3 for the Pearl of Africa, Pearl of Africa 2025. And let's have the news that coming from the middle with Innocent Ndaula.
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lugogo Cricket Oval. This is the official home of cricket in Uganda, and this is match day number 3, game number 3 of the Victoria Series 2025. The good news coming out here from the middle is that there is a delayed start in play, but there will be no changes in the number of overs to be played. Home team captain Janet Mbabazi, Canada captain Amar Kaur will be calling. The third and match manager is Mr. John Trustmichael. Time for the flick. She changes, she says heads.
And heads it is.
Heads it is, please. Amar Kaul, I see the big smile of coming off your face. You have won the toss. What will you be doing?
Yeah, we are going to bowl first. Yeah, so it's a good conditions out there, and we just want to have a little bit change, and we want to bowl first.
You are going to bowl first. Who are these bowlers you're looking at to make sure that you restrict Uganda to a score that you'll be able to defend?
Yes, we are looking forward to there is our good bowlers, and they are doing pretty much good job. And today we are looking forward to restrict them under decent total. So then we'll chase them out earlier.
As we wrap up this, what's the decent total and what are the changes in the squad, if any?
I think decent total is 80 something. Yeah, so we can our batter. We have a good batting line. So yeah, there is no changes. So we are playing with the same team.
Thank you very much and enjoy your game.
Thank you.
Janet Mbabazi, please do come through for a quick chat. You have lost the toss. If you had won the toss, what would you have done?
I think she's had a very good call. A bit of a weather forecast, so her call is pretty good. But I'm glad our batters come on and try and express themselves, and try and challenge their top order bowlers and everyone else that is going to come to bowl. So we're happy with the challenge, and yeah.
2-0 lead in this series. Any changes in the squad?
Tino Sarah, the youngster, is coming in for Kitty Akideng Sarah.
And well, good luck into your match.
Thank you.
You heard it from the middle, the two captains there exchanging pleasantries. But guess what? It's Canada's keeper, Amar Kaul, that won the toss and said she'll have.
Yeah, that's the news coming from the middle. Canada winning the toss and opting to bowl, giving Uganda a test of their own medicine. We saw Uganda bowling in the 2 games that they have played, and they managed to win all their 2 games. Canada coming into this game looking for their first win. Hopefully the call is to their favor, but we had a delay in play due to a wet outfield, but the ground staff has really done a brilliant job to make sure that the ground is dry and play can go on. We haven't lost any overs, but the 2 openers for Uganda as usual have worked on. That is the captain herself and Esther Iloku. I'll make sure that they start the innings for Uganda. And with me, I'm with Innocent Ndaula, who was doing the toss presentation. And good morning, Ndaula.
Good morning to you. How is a beautiful morning, Fortune? Are you feeling fortunate?
Yeah, I'm really fortunate to be part of this Victoria Series, especially in the comms box today, given that I'm here to witness either Uganda winning the 3rd game in a row or Canada picking up the first victory against the Victoria Pearls. So I get to say that I'm really fortunate to be part of this.
Well, Fortune, if you're feeling fortunate, I can say Innocent is also privileged to be in the comms box, to be the one presenting and calling this game. Of course, you'll hear the other voice today, Ivan Sajabi, a media coordinator in this tournament, will be doing some commentary later on. Call him a guest commentator, but well, the word guest is overstated here. He's a jack of all trades. He knows his way around the business. Yeah, early settings, the umpire standing out there in the middle as you look at the two openers. Iloku Esther in need of runs this tournament. She's been the most consistent performer for the Victoria Pearls this year, but in this tournament, she looks like she can't buy a run, not even in a supermarket. At the other end is Janet Mbabazi. She's gotten some, but not many. Fast ball, Vandana Mahajan, right in the middle to Mbabazi. What I like about this is that the playing conditions have played in the favor of Uganda. The game starts 1 hour and a half later, but there's no change in the number of overs that will be played.
That will be really advantageous to Uganda, even that they haven't really batted the first innings, but this time around, even having not lost the overs, I think it's really good for them. But I doubt how they will work out with the wet outfield that we saw earlier in the game. That would be a little bit to the unliking.
Vandana Mahajan, full face, 3 dot balls up front there. Mbabazi finding the middle of the bat, but not finding the gaps.
Yeah, one thing about Vandana is how consistent she has been with the lane that she has bowled. Even the previous games, she has been so economical, even picking up a couple of wickets.
Full toss this time round. Chance for a run. They get the scoreboard ticking. Mbabazi just guiding it to the onside there. Opening up the full face of the bat, not trying to go for power, but for placement. And the scoreboard gets ticking for Uganda.
And it's Esther Iloku who is yet to score a run in this tournament. We saw her play an awkward shot in the first game, and again in the later game, rather in the second game, getting out run out.
Clean ball. Commentators curse. Esther Iloku plays it around her legs, trying to turn it round the corner. There are no corners on the batting strip. Instead, she's bowled neck and crop, trying to go for a shot. They are a little too lazy from her as she got bowled. Esther Iloku, golden duck. This is Vandana Mahajan. That strikes early in the first over.
Really bad for Iloku. You can see her head down. Mix of disappointment. Really bowling full. Starts from the pad and again ends into the stumps. Guilty for trying to go on the onside there, dropping her wrist. Ball was too full. I would have loved to see her play with a straight bat, but nonetheless, she has to depart for not any run on the board, and that will be 1 for 1. Uganda in a bit of problem.
Looks like it went off her pad there. I wish we could get a replay from the producer there, because Timothy and the guys there in the back room there doing a lot of good work. Just one more replay for us there, front on replay. We'll be happy to see how Vandana has been able to get the wicket column ticking for Team Canada, who are 2-0 down in the series. Final ball will be faced by Immaculate Nakisui. Good hands there. She flicks it off her pads. Running is good. She wants the second chance for a run out. Is she home safe and dry? Yes, she is jet heeled, and she manages to cover ground in quick time.
Also, not the best couple, you will say. A little bit of, if the throw was direct to the keeper, that would be another confusion for Uganda. But good enough. Immaculate is really quick in the middle, and she has just come in after an inning that was really perfect from her, driving Uganda to the victory in the last game. That's the replay you asked for.
Vandana Mahajan is a wicket. Good shape of the ball. Opened up nicely and sneaked right through the middle gate of the big palace that Esther Iloku was trying to build around her. Sent her packing. Esther Iloku's troubles do continue in the series. And it's Vandana that strikes. Just talking about the umpire standing out here in the middle, winning another set of caps for them. Abi Nobat, once upon a time in his playing days, everyone calling him a poor man. Sulaiman Ben, of course, played for the West Indies, but same height, same physique. And for a tall man like him, everyone thought would be bowling pace, but it was spin for him. And at the end is another last hit of the ball, who played for the Victoria Pearls back in the heyday, is Sharon Atula, who is standing out in the middle. Hit very well, hit very hard. It's a fine stop there from the two fielders there. And the clean-up job is completed there by the skipper, Amarpal. Rabijot Rajput with the ball from the Ginger Road end.
Rabijot bowled 2 overs in the previous game and only picked 1 wicket, but conceded 9 runs. It was economical at 4.5, and we are yet to see how good she can be in this game.
Another good looking drive from Nakisui, who's come out here, and she's looking like a $1,000,000 middling everything. Vandana Mahajan, after bowling a very good over, she's now shaping nicely at mid-off.
Yeah, Immaculate is one of the most informed batters for Uganda, and it will be the wicket that Canada would look to pick at the moment.
Full toss, that one. They're almost cramping up for room and almost sneaking right underneath her bat there. She stays out of trouble, only just.
And if you see the positioning of the mid-wicket fielder, they are straight almost close to the stumps, rather the wicket. We saw her pick the wicket for the captain Janet in the previous game, that is Achin Pereira, making sure that any miss-hitted shot can carry to her in that position, and it has really worked for Canada.
Delicate from Nakisui. Throw is good, fielding is good, but looks like the two Ugandan batters had decided to set off immediately.
Last time we saw Ilok Esther getting run out from the point position there. It's not one thing that Uganda needs to do at the moment, because if you see the point fielder right almost a few steps from the 30-yard to make sure and cut off that run.
Trying to do touch and go things, but there won't be any runs there. In front of Indomati, Godial's eyes. Says, not under my watch, not right under my nose. Baba's on strike, 2 from 6. Full toss. Not a full toss, I tell you, it's an overpick delivery. Big appeal there. Baba's again hitting it nicely, but not finding the gap. Sometimes they say power is nothing without control.
Yeah, it's so really timed well, but straight to the fielder who makes no mistakes and picks up pretty well. But that's the end of the second over, a very lucrative one for Canada, only picking up 3 runs. You get a feeling that Canada are in control at the moment, and we haven't seen a very lucrative power play in this tournament throughout. Not any power play for either sides, either Uganda or Canada has gone above 30. The most was 27 for Uganda. Look at the direct hit there. The bat for Imi was really planted in the crease and was nowhere in doubt.
Two overs done already. We're into the third. Here's Vandana. Nakisui there with a delicate late cut there. It had everyone in Canada's setup there, hoping that it could stick into the keeper's hands. But nothing like that. It is Nakisui who gets 2 runs. And the keeper, Habiba Badar. Of course, there she was rested the other day on match number 2 with Shrishti Raha coming through now. Shrishti Raha, she's playing, but playing as just a batter. It is Badar, Habiba, that is keeping the wicket. Again, finding the gaps there from Nakisui, who's trying to make sure her scoring rate is way above the 100-run mark. It's what her team does require from her. Not to build a wall of attrition. She needs to find the mojo and the rhythm early on if Uganda is to set anything above what their fans desire. I don't know what anything that could be in your eyes from what you've been hearing from the fans. What would be a nice score for them to cheer about today?
120 plus would be a cheerable score for the fans, given that not any team has scored above 90 runs, but scoring 120 will bring smiles to the fans. And I tell you, not only the fans, but even the Ugandan dugout itself will be pleased scoring a mammoth total at this venue so far.
Every time you look at Immaculate Nakisui, but what comes to your mind? She looks like she could survive in the men's league with her technique.
She's really composed, really good technique, solid batting style, and even the temperament. You see her fight for every run. The running between the wickets is all paramount. You can say, yeah, maybe the boys' league or men's league can be challenging given the pace at which the bowlers bowl to, but I tell you, I cannot doubt her technique.
Early flowers for Immaculate Nakisui from a man who is feeling very fortunate because his name is Fortune. Well, we'll see if those flowers can into real upraise for her. A French card, that one there. She saw it. She wanted to go heavy on it. The chase is on at the boundary. Does Janet Mbabazi want a third? She looks at Nakisui, who is instead backing up a little too much. Runs on board for the Ugandans. They get a couple now.
I tell you, Innocent, we have seen 6 runs coming off this over, but surprisingly, they are using one fielder as the boundary raider. That would be a challenge for the captain to think about. But with 3 overs down, 11 for 1.
Janet Mbabazi there trying to hoik that one over the infield. Little misfield there with the Rabijot Rajput coming through for her second over. Janet Mbabazi says, I will need some runs myself. She's been pedestrian with now 3 from 8. And that's a shot of intent from her. A shot played out of anger, you could say.
Yeah, it was, I might say, not the best deliveries to fall for her, and trying to go under it was a good intent, I might say, because the fielders straight to her are all in 30 yards.
Hot. That's a very beautiful one from Nakisui. She was up in the arc, and well, she won't get the boundary, but there's a chance to run for not just 2 but 3. But because the second run was taken sluggishly, thinking they could run for 3, they don't come back for this third.
Again, looking at the field settings here, having 2 boundary raiders, 2 sweepers, the deep extra covers and deep mid wickets, I get the feeling that you don't have to bowl full. At least throw your length back and make the batters play square shots other than the vertical shots.
Nakisui goes again this time round with a good flick of hands. It's in the power play, and she knows there's not a lot of protection for Team Canada in the deep. The applause from her dugout does say the intent with which Uganda want to bat. They would like to score runs in every phase of the game. And in the power play, it's important that you get some runs on board. You talked about them having 27 in the power play previously. And maybe it's time for them to start thinking that we can do better than that. We're better than 27 if we are to compete at the biggest level. And if we're to go to Thailand at the newly initiated ICE Women's Emerging Trophy and do well.
Sure, with the way how Immaculate has been playing so many balls, she has gotten doubles, you get a feeling that she's trying to make sure that she capitalizes on the field restrictions where only two are allowed to be outside the 30-yard. So many gaps for her to negate and get runs, maybe get past the 27 that they highly scored in the power play, and maybe make a more than 27 runs.
Changing the field settings for Nakisui, the skipper Amarpal calls her boundary rider here at extra covers and says, do please come through Terisha Lavia. And then she sends down here the Barbados-born Tiffany, the boundary. Chance for a run, caught hugging the 30-yard fence. Guilty party there. Gondana Mahajan. Beg your pardon, it's Vandana Mahajan, not Gondana. Gondana is a name that is familiar to the current Kenyan captain, Gondaria Diren.
Yeah, one thing that has been good for Uganda is the way how they have run between the wickets, dropping in front of the fielders and taking those singles. It's really been good for them.
That's full and straight, but Mbabas again not able to hit it past the bowler. Set of affairs here in Lugogo. If you've just tuned on the live stream, be sure you've lost anything, because that all the 20 overs we played. But for now, it is 17-1 after 4.
That's the replay for you there. Esther Iloku for your run. Again, too full, Yorker length. Trying to work it on the onside, but ending on her pad and stopping into the stumps. A really beautiful delivery there, and lucky for Esther, who is yet to score runs in this tournament.
Looks like Vandana will continue bowling. Half tracker. Caught off a half tracker there. Easily one of the worst dismissal you like to lose as a keep, as a batter. It was there to be hit, begging to be hit anywhere, any part of the ground. But guess what? From the arguably the poorest delivery in the match thus far, Vandana Mahajan picks a wicket out of the blue.
I love the setup. I really love the setup. Knowing that Immaculate will go for any loose delivery. She intends on bowling short delivery, but there is a short fine leg fielder there. Always sailing there, waiting for the field. Takes the catch on the third attempt or so. Look at that. Not holding it up on the first attempt. Had to flip it up in the air and completes the catch. Beautiful setup, beautiful catch. The second wicket falls for Uganda, and that's for Immaculate.
She'll be cursing and hurting, saying, oh, well, how didn't I hit this one to any part of the ground? But she tried to play it with a lot of control. I wish she had just slapped it over the top. It would have even been a 6 runs, but maybe another day. And in cricket, sometimes you live to fight another day. But gone with the wind is Immaculate Nakisui. Just 12 runs for her today from 15 deliveries. And Vandana has 2 for 7. Her spell does look nice. And guess who walks out to bat at number 4 for Uganda? A player who is being built to play the consolidation role in the team, to be the assessor but not the aggressor. Every time Uganda lose 2 quick wickets, she is sent in to do that. Kevin Awino, keeper batter in early. Good fielding all over the park there. Kevin Awino being tentative. I wish these half volleys, she is slapping them a little harder, because 2 of them in her arc. Yesterday, but one, she got caught and bowled a very good athletic catch as she was dismissed for 0 in the chase of 80 odd. Today is another day for her to show what she can do.
Another setup there, but it will sail over the wicketkeeper's head. Short third man puts in the chase. As I have been wondering why they have always used one field as the boundary raider. The deep extra cover only patrolling the field. All the other fielders are inside the circle. But I tell you, that's the setup that they have set for Uganda, bringing in a surprise bouncer, and we have seen it work magic.
Of course, that evasive action there will call for the concussion test and obligation cricket today. Have you look at that drone shot of the Lugogo Oval, looking in pristine condition. Wicket 2 playing out nicely. Third match day today, and looks like there are no demons to be exercised in that wicket. That's the physio Imam Tugume at work, asking Kevin Awino to look at my eyes and just follow my lead. And how many fingers are these? She's smiling, but it's not a smiling, all a joking subject there. Those physios always want to make sure the players play in their best condition. We don't need you to show bravery as a player. We need you to be alive to be able to play tomorrow.
I love the idea that even in the practice games, these Victoria Pauls playing against either the emerging side or some players from the national team, some men tend to be superior over girls or ladies and try to come play the ladies without helmets. It is a restriction that he put into place that no player can come out to bat, whether you're playing against the girls or any sort of level. You have to use the helmet. That's the restriction that he put into place, and he has followed it up to the grassroots, even in the practice games. Very good to see and get to learn from the physio.
Hit well by Mbabazi. Tiffany Thorpe onto it in a flash there. But it's Vandana who's bowling here. Magnificent spell. Call it magnifique. 2 for 9. Having Uganda in some early sorts of trouble. Not really slow. And for me, here, Kevin could be the trick, or could undo the trick for Uganda. Because if she plays like that, everyone else will think like she's playing for the opposition, being very tentative and cautious in her approach. As we come to the end of over number 5, 19 for 2 for Uganda, who lost the toss and were asked to bat.
Again, very short, seaming down the leg and just guiding it. A fielder really positioned there and completing the catch after so many attempts. That should have taken some air out of the Canadian fielders, but in the end, the ends justify the means.
Tell you what, Rabijot Rajput had just finished bowling the previous over from the Ginger Road end when she took that catch, and she could only complete that catch that looked very easy in the face and eyes of many. On the 6th attempt, call her Mrs. 6th time lucky.
There will be a change in bowling, and it's the leg spinner coming from the Ginger Road side, and that is Gaudia. Starts off beautifully with a leg break.
Indomati, tough nut to crack for the Ugandans previously. Full toss. It dies in on Babas. It's been the tail of the tape for her. She's gotten like 4 of those. In any other day, in any other world, those would have been boundaries. But well, not so fast. You never count your chickens before they hatch. Hit on uppishly to the sweeper, where there is a good fielder there doing the clean-up job in Terisha Lavi. Kola Lavia. Her team is Kola Lavi.
Really good bowling from Indomati, making sure that she only gives out 1 run, but starting off with a full dipping ball, it's really good. You can't just put it away, given that it's dropping into your legs. You can't get under the ball. None even, perhaps if you use your feet and find it before it bounces, but if you let it come into or closer to you, you can't just put it away.
Kevin Awino sent in to rebuild, to reconstruct. Well, the building, the foundation had been set. Touch and go, yes. She answers the call from the captain and says we'll run through for a quick one. Jet Hilda affair between these two. They've played a lot of cricket together and they love playing around each other. They even play for the same team across the border in Rwanda. And look at that. That is telepathy between the two. Touch and go. Hardly any call. And they're off running home, safe and dry.
Yeah, really quick off that foot. Beautiful touch there. Beautiful cut shot from the captain. But again, good gulping between the middle. And that is Awino making sure that she keeps the scoreboard ticking and picking up 3 runs from that over. It's the end of the power play, 22 for 2.
You heard it very well. Uganda not getting as many runs in the power play. Easily their lowest number of runs in the power players. Look at the big boys in the building. The Honorary Secretary of Uganda Cricket, Dennis Arthur Musali. In the middle, on the side is Mr. Chomu and Naila for life. And the chairman selectors, Nehabi Body there, looking cool behind the standards. There will also be a change in the comms box with the scores on 2-2-2 after 6 with Ivan Cyprian Sajabi joining me in the comms box. Good morning, Ivan.
Morning, Innocent. Morning, viewers. I'm happy to be here. Match day number 3 after yesterday's rest day. And the prayer for so many fans of seeing Uganda bat first has been answered today as that toss fell in the hands of the Canadian captain.
Touch and Gaffe again. They're running hard between the wickets and they have put the inner circle fielders of Team Canada under pressure. Ivan Sajabi, I would like to break your spirit a bit. I don't want you to come here with a lot of swag in the comms box. I can tell you that the decision already been made by the Ugandan technical team that once we take the series 2-0 lead, in game number 3 we'll bat because we'll have to give ourselves a chance to see what we can do whenever the toss doesn't fall to us. So whichever way the toss happened, Uganda was always going to bat.
I thought that decision to bat or ball first bases on the conditions. But if it bases on where Uganda stands in the series, a bit worrying. But anyway, that's just my opinion.
Kirima is the new bowler here doing the business for Team Canada. Kirima Kapadia. I like the energy on the park from the Canadians. When a team is 2 down in the series, with so many people will think that they will be low in their spirits. But Canada showing they haven't lost any venom. They're still coming hard at the Ugandans, who have struggled to put up any meaningful targets in what should be the most fruitful part of a match. 27 was the high score before the power play, and today after 2 deliveries after the power play, they are just stuck on 25.
Uganda in some sorts of trouble.
Big flashing drive, but look at that athletic stop from Tiffany Thorpe. Well, put a price tag on that one and you'll struggle to find the right price for that fantastic stop. Mbabazi went gang-ho style, guns blazing, but the power was cut off by that effort in the covers.
I tell you, Innocent, you don't take away anything from these Canadian fielders. They've really been athletic, trying to make sure that they keep Uganda at that one. But Kevin Awino and Janet Mbabazi know that their strength should be running between the wickets, something they have executed very well so far in the match. But Canada still growing in the series and playing better and better. You see that they are doing everything right to try and make sure that they also pick up something from this tournament.
Yeah, with each passing day, and you very well know that Canada have everything to play for in this tournament. There is absolutely nothing to lose. Better from Babas this time round. She beats one fielder, but not two. The fielding has been one that you could redefine and say it has helped to redefine the word electric from the Canadians. That is another fine stop from Rajpot. Beg your pardon, that's not Rabijot. Rajpot is right underneath us here. That is Vandana Mahajan with the good stop there at mid-on. Fishing caught fishing outside off stump there. It's a fine over from Kirima to start things up. Her first over goes for 4. And at the end of 7 overs, Uganda 26 for 2. Ivan, quickly, just take us through. Yesterday I saw you enjoying your day out of Kampala in Gayaza. What was happening there? Just tell the people, bring to life what happened yesterday, wherever you were.
Yes, as the fans continue enjoying that beautiful drone shot of our sponsors yesterday, Cricket Uganda took celebrations of the ICC Women's Cricket Week, which was an initiative from the International Cricket Council to Gayaza High School. The celebrations went down to Gayaza, and what was happening was really to make sure that over 300 students of Gayaza High School get a chance to pick an idea, a thing or two about this beautiful game of cricket. The two teams, Canada and Uganda, the women's teams, were both at Gayaza, and they were coaches alongside the Central Hub coaches under the guidance of Davis Winner, the development manager of Cricket Uganda. And they were just trying to make sure that they support the women into playing this game. Of course, we've seen that the game of cricket has grown. There is currently an ongoing World Cup which is happening in Sri Lanka and India. So this initiative of the Women's Cricket Week coming at such a time tries to inspire the women, try to see them grow in the game, continue to love the game, and also participate in sports. And actually, yesterday's event had so many first-timers who were holding the bat for the very first time. But I tell you something, Innocent, they had a lot of fun. Of course, the historical mark for Gayaza, they were the first to win the Cricket Week in 2001, and they are like the basis of cricket, of women's cricket in Gayaza. So it was really a good thing to see that Cricket Uganda takes such a celebration down in Gayaza. And the teams loved it. And all the players and coaches, including me, we had fun from Gayaza. But back here to Lugogo Cricket Oval, Kevin Awino 3 of 9, Janet Mbabazi 11 of 21. 29 for 1 after 7.4. Indomati being unplayable at the moment. Touch and go. Risky. Direct hit, but the umpire says that Janet Mbabazi was home safe and dry.
You listen to the story from Ivan Sajabi, the ICE Women's Cricket Week being an eye-opener to many new first-timers as you look at this touch and go, not playing with a dead bat there. That is smart batting from Kevin Awino. Who knows, she has a trusted partner in her skip at the other end. Good athletic effort there with the throw, but all safe and dry as Mbabas continues to milk the leg spinner here for singles. This time she hits it down the line to Kirima Kapadia, who bought a very beautiful first over that went for 4. And Indomati's 2 overs now have gone for 8. And Uganda are 31 for 2 after 8.
That's the dugout there for Team Uganda. Esther Ilok holding her cheeks, a bit worried. It's not been a tournament for her, but clearly she's had some good performances this year.
That's not a good sight. My mother would slap you for doing something like that. Putting your hand on your chin means you are sorrowful and no one can take her out of her misery. Maybe the coaches can help her a bit and rest her for one. But there's really no trouble here. She's not facing the most intimidating bowling in the world. She just has to find her mojo. And I think she's as a batter, always 1 innings away from getting back to the good life of scoring runs. Yes, let her cheer up. Chin up, like they say, Esther. Mbabazi there. She goes downtown. Again, hitting it square up past mid-on and mid-wicket. But the collection is good from Vandana Mahajan.
Yeah, some good quick running there between the wickets. Janet Mbabazi and Kevin Awino. These two played for the Sorority City Challengers Cricket Club here in Uganda before they separated. Kevin Awino going back to her home area playing for Jack, and Janet Mbabazi sticking in the now Sorority City Cricket Club.
They also play together in Rwanda for charity, if I'm to be quoted right.
Yeah, the president's team, Charity Cricket Club. And they are two good friends. I've seen them at the lobby so many times chatting about cricket and so many things. And I believe when they're at the crease, they enjoy their moment there. But the current run rate for Team Uganda, 3.96, looks to be a bit down. This need to try and make sure that they up that run rate.
Touch and go. The throw is to the bowler's end. The backup up to the challenge from Vandana.
I think the idea was right. Janet Timbabas didn't take off very quickly. So from point, you could clearly see that she could struggle reaching her ground. But the backup there from the Canadian fielder who is fielding at mid-on, very top to make sure that that one doesn't go away.
Edged finer. She couldn't do too much there. The keeper, Habiba Badar, and Kevin Awino looks like she's bought a new pair of shoes. The way she's running, jet heeled affair for her as she scampers through for the second successfully.
One thing I know about Kevin Awino, she takes the first run first. One of the things we keep telling many of the youngsters, it gives her a chance of milking those ones. Kevin Awino, not a very hard striker of the ball, but she knows that her power is in playing the orthodox shots and running between the wickets.
Short ball there, she bounces on it, but straight to the covers. Again, because they are hugging the 30-yard line, Ugandans are able to run through quickly for the singles. Guilty party there. She will get some choice words from her teammates. The girl who made the debut and playing for her nation for the first time, Zil Patel. This time around, she's asked to go sweep the boundary now, down at the cover area. Babazi goes airborne again. Does she get the boundary? She does desire. Teresa Levia chases, and Teresa Lavia gives up there. They're going to dig out to find some joy, and the umpire, nobody be, will indicate the boundary. A boundary that Uganda so much desired.
Yeah, picking up the length when they say there, Janet Timbabas, and trying to access that vacant area. Some power behind that shot, and Janet Timbabas makes up a much-needed boundary there for Team Uganda. This also turns out to be a fruitful over for Uganda, as 10 runs come off that over, leaving the score 41 for 2 after 9 overs. Innocent, I just got a message here from one of the players who miss out on this tour, called Fiona, but she was part of that team that played in the Division 1 qualifiers in Namibia. She told me that she's looting for the girls. Great signs as now Indomati returns to bowl from the side of the Ginger Road.
If Kulume, if you're not in school, if you're not at work, Kulume, there's only one place to be for you. Is at that beautiful Lugogo cricket over Egaro. I call her Fande because she did her internship at the Ginger Road police station.
But I'm sure she's at school doing something to do with aviation, things like flight dispatch or something. She's been jazzing me about it, but I'm just here to grasp whatever she tells me. And I think it's a good sign that the athletes are not only excelling on the pitch, but they also get a life outside of the game, try and excel in other things. If you're not serving the game, maybe you can go and do something out of the game. So I believe it's good for her. She just recently got a degree from Chambogo University, and now she's becoming a flight dispatcher. Those are amazing scenes. We have to see the game trying to impact the lives of so many, because the bursary that she got was based on cricket through the Sport Cricket Academy. So those are amazing signs there for Kulume.
Sajabi giving you insights, deep insights about the Victoria Pulse. Chance for a catch, chance for a run out now. Is she home safe and dry? Sharon Atul already saying she is in, just in the nick of time. Kevin Awino survives the catch, and then she survives the run out. Call her one who is living the dangerous life of a cat. The 9 lives of Kevin Awino here on display. Look at this. Yes, she was in. Good call from the umpire.
Yes, Srishti Raha chipping in that athletic fielding, drops the catch, but makes a very quick reaction to make sure that she gets that ball and detects and gives herself a chance of picking up a run out on the bowler's end.
Janet Mbabas goes for the big slog sweep. Not enough bat on it, but she'll get one. Amar Parkaul comes into ball. She's very tidy, and she brings herself in these middle overs to continue the stiff and triangle. But Uganda are looking for ways to be able to score off her bowling. Just the 2 runs so far, and both runs risky affairs for Uganda off the bowling of Amarpal Kaur. Big nice pull shot there from Kevin. Does she get the boundary she does desire? Oh yes, Kevin Awino breaks her shackles with the boundary now, and Uganda continue to get boundaries, and boundaries that they desire most as they look to inch ever so close to the half-century mark.
Well, that boundary will be a breather for the side. Just played it with a turn, went down a bit and managed to play that one back out of the square. One of the strong scoring areas there for Kevin Awino. And I tell you, with that boundary, you see that the required run rate is now starting to shoot up.
Run rate for Uganda, they are moving to 4.7 for the first time in the innings in a long while. It's end over 10 overs, and that run rate stays at 4.7. Good sign, Sajabi. How many more can Uganda get at the end of the next 10 overs?
47 for 2 after 10 means that clearly Uganda can stretch maybe close to 120. And we will see how this Canadian side tries to chase down that target. But Kevin Awino 12 off 17, Janet Mbabazi 20 off 27. If you've just tuned in, Canada won the toss and elected to bowl first. This is match day number 3 of the Victoria Series happening here at Lugogo Cricket Oval down in Kampala.
Canada continue to turn the music off here for the Victoria Pearls. Slow bowlers is the name of the game for them. You saw the other day West Indies bowling a full quarter of 50 overs of spin in a game where they tried to lose, but they not said you will not lose because one man, Akil Hussain, had flown in at 4 a.m. and at the end of the night, he was doing super over heroics in which he bowled us 5 wides as well in the defense of 10 runs. Big appeal there as Lavia, who is new in the attack, comes through. It's by his affair, but the call and the appeal from Lavia was good. Not assertive, but good enough. Look at this. Once someone plays the unorthodox, you always have a chance for a wicket because it makes the ball look like a wicket-taking ball in the end. Good drive there. Kevin Awino there, caressing it through the offside and getting a couple of runs. She's come through there and she's done the rebuilding job very well. She was very cautious in the start, but Kevin has gone on to do very well. And her role there, once she continues to grow and understand that she'll always bat at that number when you're going to lose 2 quick wickets, she'll do a fine job. And the 50 does come up for Uganda. Victoria Pearls, 50 for 2 after 10.2. Again, they are hitting it past the sweeper. Do they have a chance for a second? Yes, there's a lapse in the fielding, and Ugandans will take on the throw.
I think the plan there from the coaches trying to send in Kevin Awino Ale is really working out for them. A 3rd wicket partnership of 33 runs there between Kevin Awino and Janet Mbabazi is still coming up. They're trying to make sure that they bring back Uganda to a very good position. Kevin came in when the run rate was at 3, but now it's starting to grow up and it's getting close to 5.
Again, more runs on offer from Kevin, who's now trying to score of every delivery she faces. And as Sajabi clearly puts it, Uganda's run rate from being 3 points is now moved to almost 5 with this partnership that has grown to now 34 runs.
I think this also gives the batters who will be coming in later some bit of confidence. When batters like Retam Samali comes in later on, or Proskovia Alako, they should be having some runs to build on. So this partnership has really done a lot of good work for Uganda, trying to make sure that they build back the innings to make sure that there is some confidence later on in the match.
Yeah, reconstructing is a must as a middle order batter and who bats in these phases of the game, because this is arguably one of the toughest games to bat. After the power play and up to over number 15, how you go about the business could determine where you end up as a team that is batting fast. 11 gone. Uganda, 53 for 2.
after this tournament, Uganda will continue with the practice sessions, try and make sure that they get ready for the emerging series. But that's the partnership there right in your frame. 36 of 41, Janet Mbaba was contributing 17 of 21, and Kevin Awino also contributing 17 of 20.
Look at that partnership. They're scoring at 85% strike rate. That is good enough, but not good as where the coach wants it to be. Coach, having a chat with Coach Deusum Humuza, who is a very good friend of mine, telling me that he wants the strike rates for the girls to be at 90. He wants the bowlers to bowl much straighter. He wants the fielding to be sharper. And that's what he's preaching ahead of the Women Emerging Trophy in Thailand. Because if the Ugandans do well there and beat up some teams that are ranked ahead of them, they'll go on to play another tournament. If they finish among the top 4, where they'll play the likes of Zimbabwe, who were at the World Cup but didn't do well, the likes of the UAE at an ICC level. And those are ranking points at stake for Uganda. Because Sajabi, I can tell you the mathematics doesn't favor Uganda when you play such series with teams like Canada. From all the 4-5 matches Uganda will play here, they will only get 0.96 points if they win the series 5-0. But if Canada win any game here, they pick 2 points off Uganda. So the tail of the tape, the calculus is not what?
You do speak about the calculus and the mathematics, but I'll tell you something innocent. Not looking at that side of this tournament. I think for strategic relationships, this is really a very good tournament happening at a very good time. Uganda hosting Canada for the very first time, and at a time when there is an initiative from the ICC to celebrate the women in cricket. I think we may not get the many points that we would have deserved, but in the future, we may be having some partnerships that maybe see the girls go to Canada, and I believe that's good for the growth of the game and for the upcoming tournaments. The captain for the side there, back to ball from the side of the Ginger Road, goes for a short one, but what a fielder she's been. Raha, very, very athletic there at mid-wicket to make sure that she doesn't give anything away.
Srishti Raha kept wickets in the previous game. Now she's showing her fielding skills.
Yeah, she earned a debut in her previous game.
Big shot there from Janet Mbabazi, who is on 20 from 31 now. She can do much better than this, of course. She's striking it at above 50. Make that above 60. Look at the field setup for the skipper, Marpar. That's a wide slope from Mbabazi. And it's the end of the over. 56 for 2 after 12.
Just the 3 runs coming off that over. But the 4 dot balls there from the captain for the side. Very, very fruitful. There will be a mid-wicket conference between Janet Mbabas and Kevin Awino. I think it should be a time for them to try and make sure that they look for those runs. But while there 12 overs coming to an end and the score hanging at 56 for 2, there will be a change in the comms as Innocent Indaula takes a very short break. And I welcome back Fortunate Ali Juna. Fortunate, welcome back from the break.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Looking at the way how things are at the moment for Uganda, 56 for 2. Yesterday they were 52 for 4. You get that there is an improvement in terms of runs and in terms of wickets that they have suffered. Yesterday they have lost 4 wickets, but these 2 batters, Kevin Awino and Janet Mbabas, have managed to come in and put up their hands and make a good partnership for the team. And I hope it can continue, making sure that they can get past that 100 score with still 7.3 overs to go.
Shouts of how is it? And the umpire, Norbert Abi, is convinced that that's clearly out. Janet Mbabazi trying to access the onside, going down to one knee, but misses the line completely. And Canada will pick up the 3rd wicket.
Really much deserved wicket there for Canada, especially the captain who has been silent, driving the innings to their side, scoring 20 from 33. And now giving out her wicket would mean that Canada are in control. Trying to overhit the ball, they are flighted a little bit in the air and trying to go on the onside, losing her shape, losing her head, and in the end, the ball just ends on her thigh. That will clearly have hit the stumps. 3 wickets down for Uganda, and that will be a new batter, and that is none other than Ritam Samali.
Yeah, Ritam Samali scored just 6 runs in the previous game, and now there she comes in to continue the batting for Team Uganda. Janet Mabas, who just departed, is the captain for the side, and Ritam Samali is her vice. But the synonymous thing between Ritam Samali and Kevin Awino is that these two are both OGs of Ginger Secondary School, and they made the debut for the senior women's team around the same time. Now it will be them trying to make sure that they milk as many runs as they can for Team Uganda. But there is nothing to take away from these Canadian players. Their fielding, their bowling has all been top-notch, and they are growing into the game. Uganda should quickly get to the triple digits, and then we will see what happens there on. A half tracker there, play down to mid-wicket to find Raha. But a dot ball there for Terisha Lavia.
Again, if we are to look at that wicket, I hope the production team will bring it up. Terisha doesn't look to turn the ball, just plays it, rather bowls it straight, and doesn't give it any deflation on the surface that the captain Janet would have loved. It was a really good execution to watch. And now Rita trying to get off the mark. She's one of the most decorated in terms of runs for Uganda, Ugandan batters, having scored 1,000 runs, especially T20I runs. That gives you a lot of experience.
Tries to work that on the onside, misses it, and the umpire says that was hitting stumps. This same Ritam Samali will depart without disturbing the scorers, as she does not put any runs for Team Uganda. Same ball, same rewards as Uganda loses 2 quick wickets in succession. Ritam Samali departs.
Departs for 0 from 4 balls. What a tragedy this is for Uganda. But what an over it is from Terisha, picking up 2 big and important wickets. Look at that, trying to go back deep into her crease. The ball not turning. She just stays up, but not getting the turn that she would have loved. Not the shortest balls that you go on the back foot. It rushed him in her action, and she will have to depart for only 0 runs. She's so disappointed by her action there, not contributing to the team.
I tell you one thing, you say synonymous in those 2 dismissals, Janet Mbabazi and Ritam Samali, they were all trying to access the onside, missing, and this is turned out to be a very good over there for Team Canada. Just 1 run being given away, and 2 wickets, 2 big wickets falling in that over. Not good scenes for Team Uganda. And now the player who just got further than the T20 international runs, Stefan Nampina, will now walk on to bat for Team Uganda. Stefan, Rita are all OGs of Ginger Secondary School. And now the responsibility to make sure that they get Uganda as many runs as they can rests on the shoulders of Kevin and Stefan.
I tell you, even at the moment, even the singles that they were taking previously, they won't be attempting to go for those singles, given that the pressure has now shifted from Canada to the Ugandans. You get a sense that they are now tentative. Oh, wow, there is appeal, and she's given her. The finger goes up. Another bites the dust. That is the 5th wicket for Canada.
3 wickets for Uganda falling in just a space of about 6 balls. Kevin Awino there put on a knock of 21 off 27, but a beautiful catch there by the wicket keeper. We'll see her off. Disappointment there, but look at that one there. It was shaping in. She tries to go for it, but a thin outside edge there, straight to the hands of the wicket keeper Habiba. We'll see Uganda lose another wicket, and at this time Uganda has lost a half of the batters.
The batter there trying not really to access the ball, but just throwing her arms towards the ball and getting the faint touch. The wicketkeeper doing the great job of completing the catch. But the new batter for Uganda, Proskovia Alako, the other day we saw her coming in and winning a second game for her team. Now has a heavy work on her shoulder to put a big score for her team.
I tell you something about Proskovia Alako is that every time she plays with a lot of power down the ground. She has a lot of power and she's a double century. She has ever scored 200 for Uganda in a single match. But she's now just still trying to nudge it around and look for the runs. Alako Proskovia, also a product of the Sorot Cricket Academy. But very, very powerful. She can hit the ball to anywhere that she wants or wishes.
I'll tell you, Ivan, at the moment, even the most powerful Alako has now cowered down, given that 3 wickets have fallen in the shortest time. Now everything in her mind is try to play the innings deep, try to make sure that she doesn't lose her wicket, and that can also be a problem to her, given that she is tentative not to do a mistake.
Yeah, she plays that one down to the ground at long off, and they run very quickly between the wickets to pick up that double. Proskovia Alako gets off the mark. What an over there from Indomati, giving away just 2 runs, picking up a wicket, and squeezing in 4 dot balls. But that over marks the end of the 14th over, and score is 59 for 5. Well, fortunate 59 for 5 is not a very good position to be in for Team Uganda. 2 new batters at the crease, none of none Stefan Nampina and 2 of 4 Proskovia Alako with 6 overs to play. How many runs can Uganda pick from those 6 overs?
Anything can change in the game of cricket, but looking at the way how things are for Uganda, given that there are only 2 unestablished batters for Uganda, coming in and scoring 31 runs to make it, rather 41 runs to make it to 100 in those 6 overs, that would be a really good job for their team. But that would be a good score if they make it to 100. Like you asked, how many can they score?
Yeah, swing and a miss there from Stephanie Nampina. But the umpire says that hit the bottom edge of the bat. But I tell you, Terisha Lavia has been bowling brilliantly well. She's a ball 2.1 overs, giving away just 7 runs and picking up 2 wickets. These figures, you don't buy them from anywhere. But I tell you could be happy to have Stefan Nampina on strike when Terisha is bowling, because she loves those balls that are coming close to her body. Stefan. Bit short, but up down by Proskovia Alako. Chance to run, and Uganda picks up another single.
Yeah, good awareness there from Proskovia Alako. We saw the previous 2 wickets. Both 2 batters were guilty for trying to play across the lane. I think they are trying to play Terisha as a off spinner, but she's not really getting the turn. So going across the lane can be so lethal for them. But we've seen Proskovia Alako presenting the full face of the bat and hitting the ball along the ground. That would be much better if also Stefan does the same and plays with the full face of the bat, other than going across like we saw the previous 2 batters who succumbed to their wicket, courtesy of Terisha's bowling.
A bit full there to the blade of Stefan Nampina. She plays it down to deep mid wicket. A fumble, but Uganda doesn't take the second.
I think I even feel that there was a chance of the second run, but because the two batters aren't really warmed up, they aren't communicating clearly between themselves, they couldn't seize that moment to take the second run. Really good piece of bowling from Terisha. Already 2.5 overs. Oh, that dot ball marked the end of the 15th overs. And the score is 62 for 5.
What an over there it has been from Terisha Lavia. She's given away just the 3 runs in that over. I tell you, not a very good position for Team Uganda. 62 for 5 after 15. 5 overs remaining to complete Uganda's innings. Uganda needs to try and accelerate the gears at this time of the game. Projected score 82 runs. Not very defendable. But these two, Proskovia and Stefan, should milk some runs here for Team Uganda. Powerful hit there. The ball runs down towards the cow corner area. A bit of a fumble, but Proskovia Alako and Stefan Nampina will only settle for 1 run.
I tell you, Ivan, at the moment it is Proskovia Alako who is lousy in her running. 2 times we have seen her not taking the second chance.
That is played straight to the screen, and it should go to the boundary. You could feel that maybe Proskovia Alako wanted to get strike, and now she manages to pick up a much-needed boundary for the Victoria Pearls.
The third boundary of the inning comes up, flighted up in the air, and Alako just goes under the ball and hits over the bowler's head all the way for 4. And those are the runs that Uganda needs. A little touch there. There is Jason. They are trying to go for the second, and they will get it. Already, those are 7 runs from 3 balls. Get a feeling that Uganda are now trying to gear up and make sure that they maximize these remaining 4.3 overs.
Proskovia Alako trying to go for the powerful hits there for Team Uganda. This time round, one comes in quick from Indomati, but shouts of how is it by the umpire Sharon Athola gives it a shake of the head. I think this is what Uganda needs, try and make sure that they get as many runs as they can. 7 already off the over. If they could get 7 in every over, they chance themselves getting close to that 3 digits. 3 digits, maybe they could be in a defendable place. But Indomati manages to squeeze in some 2 dot balls and make sure that she pushes back the pressure to the Ugandan batters. A bit of a floater lofted over the fielder in the gap. But there is brilliant work there, though not enough. And that will run away for another boundary there.
That is Proskovia Alako that we all know. One who deals in boundaries. So far 2 boundaries for Alako. Look at that. A little shimmy. Not just real shimmy, but opening up the face of the bat, making sure that she dissects those 2 boundary raiders, the deep extra covers and long off, and picking up a boundary. But good efforts there from the fielder, not really getting onto the ball, but making sure that she puts in the dive. 16 overs down, 7-3 for 5. And after 16 overs, Innocent Ndaula returns from a short break. Welcome back, Ndaula.
Thank you. While I was away, wickets were tumbling in quick fashion. But at the back end also, you guys must have gotten some smiles. With Alako finding her range and hitting some 2 boundaries there to get the strike rate to where it is supposed to be in T20Is.
Already 13 from 11. You get a feeling that she's above 120.
120 could be far-fetched. But I tell you, for me, first things first, we need to see the highest scorer in the series thus far. And For now, the highest score is 84. Uganda chasing down the 82 the other day for Team Canada. That is Alako. I like to see her play for me with controlled aggression. Many of the critics out there, of course, bearing their fangs and pointing fingers at the technical team for batting her very late. But for me, she must earn all her praise and her flowers and her stripes, most importantly, all over fresh by trying to work her way back up to the top of the order.
Well said, Naula. One of the coaches that I do play for, to be specific, my coach said, if you don't have currency on the team, you don't have the bargaining power. If they even give you the nine, rather, if they give you that nine number in your team, play your way up to the order where you want to play. Let the run speak for you. So this is what Puskovia Alako needs to do. Let her score, especially in these games where you get the chance, prove the score, rather the selectors and the coaches that you can play up, and sure enough, you can get the promotion. 17 overs down, 74 for 5.
Listening to Fortunate, I would like to break down his talk to you guys who are listening in. The currency in cricket as a batter is runs. And Fortunate tells you, if you have no runs, you will not be fortunate enough to be picked by any coach. Says if you're given to bat number 9, score runs at that number, then put up your hand and stake a claim to be promoted up the order. We very well know the story of Kenneth Kamyuka. Well, it's men's cricket, but the man scored 100 or 54 balls at number 10 for Uganda. And from then on, he had the right to say in the dugout, I would like to go number 4, and he was given a chance to go and show off his last day hitting skills. And that's how you go about business. 74 for 5. That one staying a little low as Amar Palkaur, the skipper for Canada women, continue to ask big questions here of Uganda's abilities. 0 for 9 in her 2.1 now. She goes downtown. Big shot there from Stefan Nampina, who breaks her shackles. Finally, she's been looking for a biggie, and she gets one that crosses the boundary ropes. 4 runs to the total for Uganda, not 6.
Really goes on one knee there and hits it all the way for 6. And this is the second maximum of the inning. Much deserved for Uganda. And it is Stefan who answers the call. I beg your pardon, that was 4. But beautiful shot to watch, especially in this stage of the game where every ball needs to be taken or sent all the way to the boundary.
Now the cut race is on. Good fielding abilities there shown at the boundary by Achin Pereira, who you will see open the batting there. 2 cuts it off to 2 runs. They need as many of these, the Ugandans.
Sorry, Innocent, to take you back on the criticism for the supporters and fans. We get a feeling, and you have to understand that the coach makes ideas based to the team. We have seen so many teams, even in the international level.
That's in the air. Who wants that? Nobody will catch that. The fielding again is very good from the boundary. Looks like Stefan Nampina has got the license to kill. And she tried to go after everything there. Rabijot Rajput, the fielder. Alako goes downtown. Does it go all the way? Chance for a catch. Oh, she drops it like a hot potato. And they'll come back through for the second. It got a lot of height on it. Not enough distance. She could have taken the catch. I don't know if she was worried that she was inside. Not enough inside the boundary. Look at that chance again.
I felt the shot was on, but the elevation was not right. But it came really out of the middle. The sound was really sweet.
And that again now, she's sensible again. After going for a miscue, she punches it down on the ground this time around Alako. And gets a single to end the 18th over. Uganda, 83 for 5 after 18.
So coming back to the point I was saying, the the fans need to understand that the coaches make the decision better for the team, not just to suit the fans, but they do aim at bettering the team. We saw last time Richard Ghosh for India coming in at 8 and scoring a big score of 92. Money for Australia coming in at 8 and scoring 100. Those are tactical decisions that the coaches do.
You go on and say, you can say them, Nadine de Klerk for South Africa, Deputy Sharma, all these big players have come in and weathered the storm when everyone else looks like there is no more fight left in the tank. But the coaches, if Alako masters, for example, her role, how important will she be for Uganda in 2-3 years' time? She'll be a very dangerous customer, a hard nut to crack, and one of the most feared batters to bowl to at the end. Chance for a run out. Oh no, she misses the bull's eye. And Stefanina Pina lives to die another day.
I love the way how Vandana executed that, knowing that it's the deep end of the game where batters are coming hard after the ball. This time round, she bowls it very slowly, knowing that Alako will love to take her on. Bowling get a cutter there.
Last over for Vandana. Big swing, big miss. Rabijot Rajput with the shy at the stumps. It's buys. 2 balls for Vandana Mahajan, the opening bowler, and she shows she knows the world too about bowling at the death. She's not just lethal with the new ball, but she can do things with the old ball as well.
Yesterday bowled 4 overs and conceded only 12 runs.
Short ball there, bumper. She picked up a wicket. The wicket of Immaculate Lakisiu fell like that. And see how they're running back for the second. Yes, you can do all you want. Vandana Mahajan, Indomati, Goldial, but you won't deny Proskovia Alako a second.
I love the way how Alako ran in between the wickets there, knowing that she's going to the danger end there. Look at the replay. Slower bouncer, but Stefan putting it away very well. But the throw is on. Proskovia putting in a dive, fighting for her wicket. Brilliant to watch there from Stefan.
Touch and go, but that's a very beautiful Yorker from Vandana. Bowling a very beautiful layer. Penultimate over. Just giving away 3 runs. One of those is a leg by. From the 4 balls she's bowled thus far. 86 is the highest score in this series so far. Does Uganda feel they have enough? Again there. Half tracker but no pace on it. She says you will have nothing to work with. If you want, you can use your power and muscle me out of the park. Good luck to you. You can only get 1.
How many variations have we seen so far in this over? Starting off with a slower, going to a full ball, going to a slower bouncer, going to a Yorker. So many variations from the young lady.
Let's see what she ends up with now. 1 full and straight to Alako. And Uganda don't score many in the penultimate. It's a beautiful spell from Vandana Mahajan. 2 for 12 in her 4. As look at the beautiful sights and sounds of Kampala. It's the end of the 19th. 87 for 5.
Partnership there from Proskovia Alako and Stefan Nampin. 30 runs from 34. Stefan contributing 13 from 14 and Alako 16 from 20. They're feeling that they have done a very good job for their team, given that Uganda had lost 3 quick wickets courtesy of that bowler. That is Trisha, who picked 2 in 2 overs, rather 2 in 1 over, and did a very good job for her team.
Skipper Mampar Kaul with the final over here. Starts with a half tracker hit straight to Tiffany Thorpe, who is sweeping the boundary there. 1 run. Uganda will move to 88.
Twelve runs to triple digits there. Alaka goes on the back foot and hits to the sweeper, deep extra cover, and picking up only one.
2 runs so far in the final over. They'll move Uganda to 89. Is the 100 too far?
I get a sense that it's not too far given 4 more balls. You just have to get 2 boundaries.
Sizes her down nicely, chance for a run out. Direct hit things, and Alako goes. No conviction with her running, and the direct hit does the rest of the damage as Uganda lose the 6th. Won't be a wicket for Amapa Kau, but will be for bowling as Alako falls in the last over. She did well while she lasted, and this is how she fell over. Big shove across the stumps from Nampina, only finding a square leg, who threw in a good one straight in the middle, and not even in the frame as the furniture was rearranged.
How many times have we seen direct hits here in this game so far? You get a feeling that Canadian fielders are really agile in the field, aware of what is taking place. We haven't seen any getting caught off guard or not aware of what is happening other than the catch that was put down. But leaving every factor constant, the fielding has really been superb for Canada.
Naomi Amongin gets a chance to bat for the first time, and she hits that one. This is the second time she's batting. She was unbeaten with the 1 from 1, 2 from 2. Yeah, and she gets off the mark immediately, gives the strike to the senior counterpart. She goes downtown big. Does she get the boundary she does desire? Oh yes, it runs to the boundary, and that one is a shot that the dugout of Uganda will enjoy because she gets a boundary.
Amapalka has to know that she's trying to go on the onside. So where do you really bowl? Try and bowl it wide across the stumps and deny her that strong shot that she has. But you bowl it straight to the stumps, she will pick it up.
She goes again. Is it 6 this time round? Chance for a catch. She parries that one further to the boundary. 6 to the total. 10 runs for Uganda at the back end of the innings. And Uganda end on the 3 coveted figures. 100 up for Uganda for the loss of 6 wickets in the allotted 20 overs.
This time round shuffles across the crease, trying to go on the onside, the strongest zone there. The fielder, Thope, not really aligning herself so well, trying to putting in the Australian technique, but ends up with a 6. Stefan Nampina ending at 24 from 18. Really good strike rate for her there, the highest for the team.
Stephanie there, a busy knock at the end, 24 from 18. Fortune favors the brave. She was going one-way traffic onto the onside, and the power wasn't cut off. Tiffany Thorpe, guilty party of parrying that one for 6, the last shot she played, and that's a fruitful end to the innings here from Uganda. 13 runs from the final over, and Fortune, please take us through that batting card for Uganda.
Really good start for Janet, scoring 20 from 23. Esther was not lucky, scoring 0 of 1. And Immaculate also scored some 12 of 15. But Kevin Awino came in and did some good work with 21 from 27. But the big lady of the day, that is Stefan Nampina, who scored 24 from 14, courtesy of boundaries and sixes. Proskovia Alaka also did some heavy lifting with only 17. 5 extras were bowled for Canada, and the total mounted to 100 for 6.
This is the bowling show for Team Canada. Vandana Mahajan leading from the front with incisive deliveries and a good spell. 2 for 12, 2 beautiful overs at the front and 2 at the back end there, an economy of 3. Another 2 wickets to fall to the bowlers. I went to Terisha Lavia, 2 for 10 in our 4, quite a good spell. And Indomati Godial, 1 for 21 in our 4. The rest of the guys huffed and puffed around. No wickets really for Amampar Kaur, Karima Kapadia, and Rabijot Rajput. as Canada gave away only 5 extras. 100 up for Uganda. We'll return at the end of this short break as you enjoy the highlights, with Canada needing 101 for their first victory.
erina abo abasajja ba veteran. Eh? 101 runs for Team Canada to get if they'll pick up the first victory in this Victoria Series 2025. Uganda already 2 up, winning on match day 1 and match day number 2. Welcome to the Canadian innings that are yet to come here at Lugogo Cricket Oval. This is match day number 3 of the Victoria Series 2025. Uganda already 2 up in the series, and Canada is still hunting for something in this tournament. The umpires are already back to see us go through this second innings of this match. Well, my name is Evan Cyprian Sajabia in the comms. And to start off things, I have Innocent Indaola here with me. Innocent, Uganda finally got to the triple digits. What's your take? And welcome back.
Thank you, Ivan. I thought Uganda's innings was two-faced. Not like an assassin, but two-faced in the sense that they got signs of promise that they could score more, and then the power was cut off in some instances during the innings. But at the very end there, they have Stefan Nampina, who scored 14 runs in the last over, and Proskovia Lako for helping them reach the 3 coveted figures, which are already psychological when it comes to women's cricket. Of course, the umpires are already out there in the middle. No, but Abi Toman, he's so far umpired 10 T20Is, 6 of them men's matches, 4 of them women's matches. Today is match number 5 for him as an umpire standing out in the middle in women T20Is. May his career blossom in every way and every true phrase of the word. And may he shine, and may we see him on the bigger screens. For Sharon Atola, who's standing right there in the middle, not yet in your frame. One man in your frame, you see, past the Canadian batter, Badar Habiba, is Coach Jackson Ogwang, the interim coach now. He's not the interim, he just takes over momentarily as the Cricket Cranes coach. He's done that role in and out. But now this lady, Sharon Atola, 26 to 20 eyes, 12 of them for men, and for the women, 24. Today is her 25th. Quarter a century for her, standing out in the middle in the women T20Is. And Kevin Amuge with a new ball. Big, beautiful punch straight. Chance for a run out. Kalako holds nothing but air as Canada get off the mark with a risky single between Achin Pereira and Habiba Bada.
Habiba Bada, the wicketkeeper batter, in there with Achin Pereira. Achin Pereira comes into this game with 32 runs from 2 innings that have been played so far. Whereas nothing you take away from Kevin Amuge. She was the player of match in the very first game of this series. She comes into this game with 5 wickets, trying to make sure that she hunts for more. At an economy rate of 4.62. Very good for T20 cricket.
The left-hander, Habiba Bada, living dangerously early on here. We saw what Canada did to Uganda, picking up the wicket of Esther Iloko in quick fashion. She looks like she can't buy a run from anywhere, Esther Iloko. Yet she comes into this tournament as arguably the most consistent batter for the Cricket Cranes for the Victoria Powers when it comes to runs scored.
And I tell you, even Habiba Bada did not score many in the previous game, just 1 of 5, and she was bowled by Kevin Amoge.
Again, commentators curse Sajabi, you would make a big fortune as a doomsday preacher. You called it right. Clean bowled was the case previously, and mother she wrote this time round. Kevin Amoge rearranging the woodwork of Habiba Bada. She's got to go for 0.
Habiba Bada there, caught going across the line of a very straight delivery. In the previous match, she was bowled in the 3rd over. This time round, Kevin Amoge does no mistake, but this misses her in the first. Look at that one there. The ball was very straight. She goes down on one knee to play it on the onside, misses the line completely. I tell you, presenting a full face of the bat could have given her some more life at the crease. But early pressure for Team Canada as they lose the first wicket, and the wicket departs with no runs being put on board.
Canada, very good students of European history. If you did read a lot about the revolution back in 1896, looks like they learned nothing and forgot nothing from Uganda's innings. Uganda losing a wicket in the first over, and they do come and do the same thing. Bowled was the case for Esther Iloku, and she's been bowled as well. Here, Habiba Bada. Here is Amoge, fast and furious. Big appeal, but it will be leg buys with Indomati Gordial coming through to join Achin Pereira.
Indomati batted at number 5 in the very first game of this series. But on match day number 2, she came in at number 3, scoring 4 of 9. And again, she's been promoted and brought down the order there, Indomati. Required run rate, just 3 every over if Canada is to cross the line.
Back-to-back wickets there. This time round, Janet Mbabas, the skipper, answers the call, says, thank you for your stay in the middle. You will take a quick shower because your business for the day is done. Achin Pereira, take a walk. See you tomorrow when you come through for match number 4. Canada are losing wickets in quick fashion. The score now is 2 for 2, and we're still in the first over.
But what a start there from Kevin Amoge, picking up 2 early wickets there for Team Uganda. 100 runs on board is clearly not a very big total. Gets one on the offside. Achin Pereira goes for a booming drive, but it finds the safe hands of Janet Mbabas, who is hanging on the ring there at the cover area. Canada in early trouble, 2 for 2 already in the first over. Achin Pereira, who scored 19 in the first game, departs after posting just 1 run. Not sure what the communication will be from the dugout, but Canada really had the chance of giving a go at this chase, but wickets are tumbling very early here for the side. The captain for the side will come in at number 4 to bowl. Amarupa Carr plays one to mid wicket, but to find the hands of Amongin Jane Naume, who makes sure that that's a dirty ball there for the side. Amarupa, the captain for Team Canada, was unbeaten in the previous game, scoring 30 of 37. And now she'll need to replicate the same performance. But look at that replay there. Habiba Bada going across the line and being bowled, whereas Achin Pereira played one to covers, find the hands of Janet Mbabas. After 1 over, score stands at 2 for 2. Well, Uganda will change the tactics a bit. We've always seen Konsi Aweko bowling in partnership with Amuge Kevin, but now Jane Amongin has been handed the opportunity to bowl the second over from the side of the shell.
The Ugandan fans will be happy to see these changes coming through. Of course, they've been begging and asking for a bolder approach and asking the team not to be predictable. Now, Konsi Aweko stays away from the boring rota, and It's the beautiful named Jane Naume Amongin that will come through from the KFC end. I don't know what you call that end, Sajabi, because every one of us calls it a different name.
I love calling it the Shell end because there is a petrol station called Shell at that very end.
It has always been Shell end since I started playing cricket here in Lugogo back in 2001.
And actually, even the KFC was shifted from where it used to be close to the end and now taken down to Shell.
Looks like they wanted us to call it KFC.
Yeah, but with the expansion of the Shell, don't take anything away from that. But now Jane Amongin picked up 2 wickets in the previous match, and she was the most economical among all the Ugandan bowlers. Bowled at an economy of 2.50, where half overs went for just 10 runs. Jane Amongin,
Uganda
team that played in the qualifiers, Division 1, and now here she returns into this team.
Of course, here Uganda playing for the series. They know they win today, the series will be in the bag. But it's much more than the series for Uganda. They would like to see growth spread across the 14 players that are in the camp. Of course, Mutoni, Malisa writing the examinations, not part of this setup, but there's a chance for others, including Saratino, who is back in the fray. Good drive. Half-hearted effort in the covers there from Musamali. And whenever Musamali, I have a fear, whenever Musamali doesn't do well with the bat, it reflects with her fielding, because that could have been stopped on any other day. Yes, it is a half volley, yet it's been creamed in the covers, but once it's straight to you, you've got to do your duty as a fielder.
Yeah, something a bit mental there, Innocent. Every time somebody needs to pick up herself, the game has many aspects. There is bowling, batting. If you don't shine in one aspect, you may come and take a stunner for the side. Last ball of the over, played down to the longer on for just a single, and now Jenny's first over has gone for 3 runs. 5 for 2 is now the score after 2 overs. Clearly a very good start for Team Uganda in this poultry total defense. Defending 100 runs, you'll love to field on your toes. Try and make sure that you take all the chances. Make sure that you don't give anything away to the opposition. And pick up early wickets. Kevin Amoge already picked up 2 in the first over. And now she's handed the ball again. Her first over went for just 1 run. And now she returns again from the Shell end. A big opponent from the Ginger Road end. But she'll start with 1 wide. You saw Canada giving away 5 wides in the first innings. And Uganda, we are country known for hospitality. Kevin Amoge is paying the generosity back to the Canadian batters. They need runs. They will not care. But I think the plan here for Team Canada will be try and make sure that they first take their time and play at the crease. 100 runs, clearly something that you can chase. Of course, the early wickets would give some bit of pressure. But the confidence is the fact that Amaro Pal, who was the leading run scorer in the previous game, scoring 30 runs for Team Canada in the previous game, is still in there to bat for the side. Uppish, but it will fall in the safe zone. Brilliant fielding there, good athleticism there from the captain, Janet Mbabazi, to make sure that Canada only takes up a single.
Janet Mbabazi hasn't bowled herself in this tournament thus far. She did a lot of warm-up with the ball. We'll see if she'll bring herself into the mix. But here is Kevin Amuge doing Kevin Amuge things here. Just that line outside off stump, hitting it in the corridor. And for me, what I like to see is that before she used to just come through and float it around, and the good batters would pounce on it and hit it very hard. But these days lately, I see she's added a yard of pace, which is a good sign. It's been in the air for a long time, but no one to catch. Now Mongin had to run round, cover some acres of space before she could cut it off.
One thing about this beautiful game of cricket is that innocent hard work pays. Kevin Amoge received her debut during the Kwibuka a few months ago in Rwanda. Made part of the T20 Division 1 qualifiers, but she comes from a cricketing family. Two of her sisters, Achan Raquel, is played for the under-19, whereas their elder sister, Joyce Mary Apio, has played for the senior team. They also have a brother, Eriamo Musa, who is doing some bit of umpiring down with the Swat Cricket Academy. Really, would love to see many of these, not people like Innocent Indaula, who come as Lone Rangers in the game.
Well, talk about the kettle calling the pot black. Ivan Sajabi, I'm looking for a relative of yours in cricket. I don't know if Ivan Chirunda is relative. If Wycliffe Chirunda is your relative. But that's a story for another day as we come through to the end of the third over. 7 runs on board for Canada women, and they've lost 2 wickets in a flash.
Clear a good bowling there from Kevin Amuge. Gave away 1 run in her first over and gave away 2 in her second over. Real bowling to the plan, keeping everything stump to stump. Those are the replays for Amuge's 2 wickets. Of course, bowling Habiba Badar. And also making sure that off a beautiful catch, she saw off Chini Pereira. Imagine Amongin returns for the side. She gave away 3 in her first over. And now she comes from the shell end yet again to bowl her second over, the fourth in the game.
Many people watching this one, Nigeria, who feel should have been invited for this series, are watching closely and they say they're learning. Richson Tete, their forever media manager, he will be in Kampala next week for the London Nigerians, who will play 4 games against the scorers and umpires, against the chairman's 11, against the young Abagurusi, and against the main Abagurusi. I should be able to squeeze it into 1 or 2 of those sides. I think I should be named captain chairman's 11 for that one, but it's not going to be easy because they're a very competitive side. I've seen them play in Kigali. Beautiful shot. How many do they get? Imaki Nakisui coming into your frame for the first time in a while. Very good fielder. She got some runs today, but she fell off for me. The worst delivery of the match. A half tracker, short ball, could have been hit anywhere on this park, but she just found the hands of a short fine leg, who was very well placed to take that beautiful catch. From the bumper balls that Vandana Mahajan bowled and troubled Uganda, both at the beginning and at the end.
Waiting.
Well, Innocent, speaking about Immaculate Naksui's dismissal, you clearly saw that that ball could have been pulled and hit anywhere. But maybe she was rushed into the shot and just had to play it backward of the square for that catch. But Immaculate Naksui, one of the players, if she doesn't shine with the bat, she will at least shine with the ball later on in the innings. A bit of advantage there down to the fine leg boundary. But Kevin Amuge is there patrolling that side very well, and just the run is taken.
Leg buys does say a man earning his 11th cap as a T20I umpire. Mr. Nobarabi. Amuge didn't bowl a very, sorry, I beg your pardon, Amongi didn't bowl a very good one, but she was clapping her hands off, asking Amuge to cut it off to 1, and she did very well. Nowhere to go, Indomati, Godial, stuck in the crease, and at the end of 4 overs, Canada women 9 for 2.
Nine for 2 quickly translates into 92 runs to get from as many as 96 balls. Attainable, but this is match day number 3 of the Victoria Series. That is the one there right in your frame. Canada swinging up and down. You'd feel that in terms of runs, they're a bit comfortable, but the wicket column saying otherwise. Well, if you just joined in, Canada women won the toss and elected to bowl first in this match. managed to limit Uganda to just 100 runs for a loss of 6 wickets in the first 120 balls during Uganda's innings. And now the chase is on. Well, Janet Timbabazi following a save that she did in Kevin Amoge's second over. She somehow injured her knee, and now the physiotherapist Tugume Imam comes in to give her some bit of medical attention. I tell you, Innocent, there is one of the former players of the Victoria Pearls who is watching this game from Qatar. None other than Getready Chandiru. Getready Chandiru was part of those players, and she played a very big role as Uganda made the first appearance in the global qualifiers that happened in Dubai during that qualifier which was played, and Uganda managed to beat Zimbabwe down in Namibia. She's really kept the spirit close to the team, and she's now following proceedings from Qatar.
I can tell you, Janet Mbabazi, I beg your pardon, I don't know why I call her Janet Mbabazi. Gertrude Chandro, a very good friend of mine, she has earned the flowers. As for me, one of the best players ever to play for Uganda on the international scene. She was the MVP as the Victoria Pearls became African Queens in 2017 in that qualifier when they toppled Zimbabwe to win the African Championship. I'll never forget the sights as everyone ran onto the pitch. That big picture that was used on the back pages of her and Naomi Kayondo and Musamali running with their arms spread wide, jumping all over her with a big headline saying African Queens. Well, Uganda went on to go to the Globals and made history there as well. A young, exciting squad. Look at this comedy of errors. Is that out? Co-commentator here says that's not out, but we'll look at it again, and me and Ivan Sajabi will try to bring it to full life, to full perspective, this dismissal. Of course, there are the man whose voice we'll be hearing in 2 overs, Fortune, saying maybe the ball was dislodged without the ball, or maybe the stumps were kicked without the ball. Our producer Timothy should do a good one here. Ivan Sajabi, all yours.
Yeah, clear that play to the mid-wicket area. Let's see what happens. That's out because the ball was really in her hands. But a bit close, though the batter just makes a walk. Meaning she says that's out. But a celebration moment there for Team Uganda as they pick up the 3rd wicket. Uganda clearly know that they are not working with so many runs. That's why they are trying to make sure that they get these chances as much as they can. This is match day number 3 of the Victoria Series. A tournament of 5 playing days as Kevin Amoge continues there to bowl for Team Uganda.
Touch and go. Look at this again. Comedy of errors, and the direct hit leaves her short of ground. Kevin Amoge's overs have brought a lot of trouble to Team Canada, and see what Stefani Nampina does. 1 run out follows another run out. This time round is a direct hit of Stefani Nampina, looking every inch like harmonica, the Dawn running the town.
Kapadia Kirima clearly trying to go for a quick one, but a direct hit there from Stefani Nampina to see her off. We clearly see that one there from the replay. Soft touch, a bit of hesitation, but Stefani Nampina looks at the bull's high. Bang! Clearly, she was miles away from getting to her ground. Uganda pick up another wicket as Kirima Kapadia departs there for Team Canada. Not sure why Canada is in some sorts of pressure. Looking at the way they've been playing in the previous games, you could feel that Canada could have put up a fight the way they did in the previous game. But now it's pressure on the Canadian batters as a lot of responsibility holds onto the captain's shoulders if they are strayed on and win the game from here.
Big shot, a shot played out of anger. First signs of intent there from Team Canada. They break their shackles there. Amarpa Kaur, the skipper, has been moving every inch so slowly, but she breaks her shackles. Her first scoring shot is a boundary. 4 from 11. She was 0 from 10. And look at that. She decided right from the go that a half tracker, I am going to have a go. And the goal she does get.
Canada Canada must be showing this type of intent if they are to give a chase to this target. Rajput is now the new batter in for Team Canada, but still at Nane Strikers' end.
This time round, trying to turn it round the corner. But mid wicket is being patrolled by Jen Naume among in. 2 for 7. The other 2 wickets have been run out. And when you get yourself run out more than you're dismissed legally, you're playing for the opposition, because a run out is never the opposition's mistake. It's your own mistake as a batting team.
But I tell you something here from Kevin Amuge. She's now organized a lane. Bowled a half tracker and it was dispatched for 4. This time round she organizes herself to squeeze on 2 dot balls. And those 2 dots will mark at the end of the 5th over. 15 for 4 is now the score for Team Canada, as they still give a go at the chase. Well, that is the worm there right in your frame. Uganda had some overs that were fruitful for them, including the last over being the most expensive, which has gone for 14 runs. But the 15th and the 9th also, I beat tall there looking at the bars.
The difference between the two is that Uganda didn't have many runs, but they looked after the wicket column. At this particular stage, coaches Deus Muhumus and Brian McMasaba sent in Kevin Awino to do the rebuilding phase. And those two, Kevin Awino and her close friend Janet Mbabas, did well to stop the rot. Here is Amuge Amongin Naomi Jane coming through with her 3rd over, the final over of the power play.
Her first overs went for just 6 runs, and she's given an opportunity to bowl another one from the side of the shell. She doesn't do a lot, but just keeps focusing at the stumps.
It's a beautiful shot straight to Immaculate Nakisui, who looked like she was falling over and losing her stable base. But she picked up the ball, and what Amapa Kaur does best, tells Rabijot Rajput, if you come any closer to me, I won't be running, and it will be you packing and going back for a shower. No runs under the watch again there of Janet Mbabazi, who looked in trouble for some time in the last over. Looks like she's okay. She can field on.
The one thing about Naomi Jena Mongin and Kevin Amuge are both from the Soroti Cricket Academy, and they both played for Soroti Cricket Club. Chance to catch, but Naomi Jena Mongin clearly puts that one down. Another run out chance there, taken on by Ritam Samali. But Rabjot gets back to her crease. These two, Naomi Jena Mongin and Kevin Amuge, both played for the Baby Victoria Pearls in 2022 qualifier down in Botswana. And they have both started from Olida High School. Won a few trophies for the side, but this year during the women's finals, Olida High School didn't allow them to defend the trophy for the 3rd consecutive time, beating them up in that final, which was played at this very ground. But what an over there from Naomi Jena Mongin. 5 dot balls on trot, not giving anything away to the batters. Of course, with Rabijot on strike, as she's trying to grow herself into the game. Naomi Jena Mongin taking the advantage. That is played, run out chance, but Esther Ilok not effecting that one. Naomi Jena Mongin conceding a run in that one, and that one run will mark at the end to the power play. Well, after 6 overs, the score for Team Canada is 16 for a loss of 4 wickets. Well, this is match day number 3. That's the replay there of the catch which didn't carry to Naomi Jena Mongi in the previous over. But this is match day number 3 of the Victoria Series, a tournament sponsored by Fireflies, Dafabet, Dribble Catchers, Cricket Uganda, Leica Mobile, Sportsbooks, all putting resources together. Not forgetting Cricket Uganda and Canada Cricket. But Black Life have also sponsored this tournament very well, making sure that every time there is someone who is awarded with the player of match, they also get a hamper from Black Life. They deal in accessories, speakers, and headphones. There is a change in the comms as Innocent Ndaula takes a break. Well, the change in the comms will also bring a change in the bowling attack. Chance to catch, but the catch is put down. Well, the change in the bowling attack will bring in Consulate Oyekoni Mungu to replace Kevin Amuge. Whereas here in the comms, I have Fortunate Alijuna joining me in the place of Innocent Ndaula. Fortunate, good afternoon and welcome to the comms.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Good afternoon to you. Looking at the way how Canada has collapsed. Look at that. Almost. It was a chance to be taken, but Kevin not holding on to it. Finds her so injured. Hopefully she's not that badly injured, because Uganda still needs her one last over. She had a very good start of the innings, picking 2 wickets and being involved in the other 2 wickets to make sure that Canada gets the lowest power play score in this series so far, 16 from the power play. She really did a brilliant job. Coming to chasing down 100, and look at the replay. Those are the 2 wickets for Kevin. The first fell off a cross bat shot. Brilliant catch there for the captain. And now she's down. Hopefully not that serious. Canada hoping to chase down 100 after doing a brilliant job in the field, but not the rather the best start that they would have loved. Losing early 4 wickets put them in a bit of a problem, and they have to do the retrieval job, and that is Abajot and Kawa, the captain. They need to do heavy lifting for their team to make sure that they go past that 100.
The good news is that Kevin Amuge can still continue with the fielding. Edged, and that goes backward of the square down to past the gully area. Canada managed to pick up a single and pile up the total bit.
I love the fact that Uganda have opted not to use Kevin now, rather Captain Consulate Aweko in the power play. We saw the previous 2 games that Uganda played, they used Consulate in the power play, but now bringing her in the middle over, trying and make sure that they control the middle spell of the game. And the starters of the game, that is Naomi and Kevin, really did a great job, and it was a good change that worked in Uganda's favor.
Soft touch. They wanted to milk that one, but in the end, some good fielding there at covers by Naomi Jena Mongin, and no run is taken. Oh, a bit sloppy there from Konse Aweko. You would clearly feel that that could have stuck into her hands, but in the end, Team Canada manages to pick up that single.
One thing that has been of question for Team Canada is the way how they've run in between the wickets. Uganda really does that pretty well, but their running, Canada, hasn't really been much, and that has cost them a couple of runs or so many runs. Hopefully chasing down 101 will need them to run the most.
Indeed, a lot of homework there to be done by the technical team of Team Canada. But Consulate Oyekoni Mungu's first over has gone for 4 runs, and after 7 overs, 20 for 4 is the score. The beautiful sights of the capital city of Uganda. A drone shot there right in your frame shows you the many hills that comprise this iconic place. Tino Sarah, who was the bowling change, who was the team change for Uganda, will be the bowling change there. She comes in to replace Sarah Akiteng, and now she will be bowling from the shell end. It will be now spin from both sides for Team Uganda, as Tino Sarah, who was just a reserve of that team that represented Uganda last year in the Under-19 World Cup qualifiers in Rwanda, comes in. She had her debut during the recently concluded Kwibuka. Now there she comes. It starts with one falling off the pads. I tell you, fortunate. Tino Sarah still qualifies to play for Uganda. So I believe if she keeps bowling well, she might make part of that team which will play for the Baby Victoria Pearls next year during the qualifiers.
Yeah, you can clearly see the trust that the coaches have put in her, given that she was changed for a left-arm orthodox bowler. So you get to sense that she can do much with the ball, and the coaches really trust her.
2 dot balls for her already. A shimmy down the track. That's played down to Longo on to find the hands of Esther Elok, and just a run. Tino Sarah was very instrumental last year as her school, late secondary school, managed to turn tables and beat Olila High School during the Girls Nationals finals. Since then, she has never looked back. In the domestic league, she plays for Soweto Cricket Club. They only managed to be runners-up during the Women's T20 League this year. But Tino Sarah, one of those players who are still rising, and I tell you, it's a good thing to see that as some of the players who have served the team for all these years, getting close to their exit moments, some players like Tino Sarah are coming and rising through those ranks. Play down the ground again to Longo off. I beg your pardon, Long on for yet another single. And Tino Sarah's first over will go for just 2 runs. And after 8, 22-4 is the score, Team Canada. (22-4) can clearly translate to 79 runs needed from as many as 72 balls. Uganda trying to keep Canada very, very silent here at Lugogo Cricket Oval.
This will be the spell that determines Canada's innings, especially how they play out with these 2 spinners. Koslet Nimungu bowling in tandem with Tino. So 2 overs going for only 5 runs. This should be not a silent spell for Canada.
At this time round, some power off that shot. Don't Longo on for yet another single. Consi gave away just 4 in her first, and now she returns to bowl her second. Starts with a dot ball and a single fold on the second delivery there. A bit full, driven to long off for yet another single. I think if Canada can just still milking these singles, they will keep themselves close, because a run every ball could mean 6 coming from every over, and that clearly puts them into a fighting position.
Truly said, they just need to build themselves back into the game.
Chance to catch. Kevin Amuge makes that one look easy there at mid-wicket, and a growing partnership there for these Canadian batters will come to an end. Rabijot Rajput will be the batter to depart. 5 of 16 as Canada loses a half of their batters.
Surprisingly, it is Kevin who gets involved in all the 5 wickets that have fallen for Canada. Look at that. She put one down previously and she was hurt, but the captain trusted her, never changed her from that position, and takes another catch. 5 have fallen. 5 from 16 for Rabjot, you get a sense that she has really been so quiet. The economy has really been slow, rather really been down, less than 50, chasing down 100. And the new batter for Canada, Mahajan Vandana, who had a brilliant spell with the ball, now has to do heavy work for her team with the bat.
Yeah, she picked up 2 wickets in Uganda's innings, going for only 12 runs in half 4. Now there she comes, but she will be dancing to the music coming in from Consulate Aweko Nimungu. Cons not giving her any room and not giving her anything to walk around with. That is played to point, to feint to Nosara, fumble the beat. And the Vandana will get off the mark.
You can sense the pressure that Canada are on at the moment, given that even that had it been straight or picked up fast by Tino, it would have been a problem for Canada because there was a little kerfuffle between the two batters. But 29 for 5, 25 for 5 is the score. Look at the replay again, going across the lane for a full delivery there. Couldn't get the elevation to go over the tall fielder.
Those are some of the volunteers who are working in this tournament. The stadium announcer there, Rita Nyangendo, sitting alongside Brenda Nabisalu. Tino Sara returns, gave away 2 in her first over, and she returns again there to bowl. That one is dubbed down to the square leg area. And another run there onto the board for Team Canada.
I was surprised to hear that Tino Sara is still in high school. Imagine playing for the senior team and again you are still in high school. What an exposure, what experience that is for the young lady. So many players and so many students back at late SS could see her as a role model, look up to her. And she's showing that even at the senior level, showcasing brilliance in her spells. Already bowling 1.3 overs for only 5 runs.
She's been giving away just a run every ball. But this comes at a time where Canada needs to try and make sure that they access the boundaries, because the gap between the required runs and the number of balls is starting to become very big. Required run rate 6.94, current run rate just 3 very over. Canada need as many as 72 balls from 61 deliveries there. Tino with the last delivery of the over. That is played back out of the square towards the fine leg boundary. It finds the hands of Ritam Samali. Just the run taken, 5 off the over. And the 30 for 5 is the score after 10 overs. This is match day number 3 of the Victoria Series here at Lugogo Cricket Oval. And we've reached the halfway mark of the Canada's innings. Canada won the toss and elected to bowl first, limiting Uganda to 100 runs for a loss of 6 wickets in the 20 allotted overs of Uganda's innings. The chase is on, but Canada, who played well in the previous game, didn't quite get going. Lost quick wickets, 2 wickets falling in the first over, and the 2 run-outs in quick succession to pile up early pressure to the side. Konsi Aweko returns for the side there from the Jija end. Run out chance, but quite not taken.
Coming back to your point, Ivan, where you said Canada needs boundary at the moment. If you look at how many boundaries have been scored in each inning, it's only Uganda that has scored more than 5 boundaries today, especially where they scored 100. 6 boundaries a total were scored, one being a 6 and only 4 boundaries. So even Canada in the previous innings that they have played, only 3 per inning have been scored. So you get a sense that the boundary options haven't been in favor of Canada.
I tell you something that Uganda has done in their innings in this match. Their running between the wickets was very superb. When you remember the partnership between, actually the third wicket partnership, which scored the 40 runs between Kevin Awino and Janet Mbabazi, their running between the wickets was very superb. But Canada playing dead at the moment, because Aweko with 4 dots so far in the over. This time round, that's given some bit of width, played straight to Tino Sara. Good reaction there, and no run is taken. 5th dot ball for Konsi in the over.
Yeah, managing the mid overs very well, Konse, bowling straight stump to stump. That shows you how good she is, even not bowling with the deep extra covers. It shows you that she's bowling with precision, not giving the batters width to work with.
A bit of a half tracker there from Konsi Awiko, but a dot ball in the end. Well, first maiden in the match. 11 overs gone, 30 for 5 is now the score.
This tournament is sponsored by Sportbox, Dafabet, Fireflies, Sports and Entertainment, Dreamcatchers, Black Life, Cricket Uganda, and Canada Cricket, who've put together resources to try and make sure that the girls come and play. After all, being a girl is about enjoying. Canada, in their Canada tour, after this tournament, they will be flying to Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, where they will be taking on the Tanzanian women team in this tour. But there is a bowling change there for Team Uganda as Immaculate Nakisui replaces Tino Sara from the shell end.
Yeah, a good bowling change. Off spinner replacing an off spinner. That's really good from the captain. But I get a feeling that Tino Sara, who had a good spell, I wish to have seen her bowl at least one more over, making it 3.
But I tell you, this being a practice series, well, that is picked up very nicely and played over the head of Stefan Nampina, who is standing at mid-off. Well, that will run away for a boundary. But not the very best of field setups. With the spinner bowling, I believe your long on and long off should be right at the boundaries, but that's right in your frame.
Yeah, a really good awareness by the batter there, trying to use her feet coming down the track, knowing that the fielder is inside the circle, so just going over her, getting the boundary.
Cut with some power there, but straight to Proskovia Alako at the point area. I tell you, as soon as a boundary is scored at long off, Stefan Nampina is dropped down to the rope. A bit full, played over the covers. The chase is on by Tino Sara. Chance to take 2, but hesitation. And clearly that could have been maybe some double. But in the end, these Canadian batters pick up just 1 single.
Yeah, that has been a problem for them. I won't continue saying that. But Immaculate Natsu was quick to understand that there isn't much time on the wicket. So she just sends the long off to the boundary, other than using her down inside the circle. A sweep is on, and there will be another boundary. Yes, it is. Kevin Amuge putting in the chase, but couldn't stop that into the boundary, rather into the field. And 2 boundaries in this over.
Yeah, this time round, Immaculate Nakisui going to the pads, and that is swept and swept fine. It runs out to the boundary. The chase there from Kevin Amuge is fine. As Immaculate Nakisui considers another boundary in the over. The over turning out to be a bit expensive for Team Uganda. Soft touch down to the gully area. They'll just take a single. 10 off the over. And the 40 for 5 after 12 overs.
An expensive over that has been 10 runs picked from that over. And now the equation is 61 from 8 overs left. You get a feeling that it's much, the required run rate is above 10. But after 13, rather 12 overs, change in commentary box as Innocent Ndaula joins me here to take the proceedings. Welcome back, Innocent.
Every time I look like I'm coming back in the comms box, the team's batting get some runs, some relief, which is a good sign. They were a bit held up in the 30s, and that over from Nakisui giving them some relief. Team Canada, Mampar Kaul and Vandana Mahajan top scoring for their two sides. That is Coach Jackson Ogwang in your frame there. A man on whose broad shoulders the hopes of cricket cranes progress do lie with. Touch and go, nowhere to run, chance for run. And Amuge, a little slow, they're tracking it. But what a spell it's been for Konsi Aweko. 1 for 9 in 3.3. She's squeezed and stifled them. There is Ogwang for you. Working day for him. Looking every inch stylish with the studs and the bling bling, the chains around his neck, but he knows it's office time, and you can see him. He's moving towards the nets because the senior men's team will be having a session in a short while, and he's got his eyes on not only the cricket cranes, but the Uganda A side and the emerging teams who are also putting in a big mile, and where you are also playing your role, trying to push for places in the bigger ranks.
Yeah, you only get better by practice, and that is what the assistant coach for the national team has managed to give the team, especially whenever there is opportunity to train. He has always called up for players to come and train. That's really good for him to make sure that we up our skills through using the nets, using the bowling machine, and all stops. Good job too.
Lots of turn on that one from Consulate Aweko. Canada moving at a run rate of just 3.4. It's 7 overs left in this one, and Canada are stuck on 44 for 5.
After an expensive over for Immaculate Nachui, still there is a bowling change. Tino Sara comes to replace her. I get a feeling that there was a rush in changing her to give Immaculate because she had had a decent spell of 2 overs and going for less than 10 runs. So changing her wasn't really nice, but good enough to see the captain bring her up. Oh, misfield there by Ejen, who is at mid-wicket there. Not the shortest balls that you rock on the back foot to put away. Tino starts off with almost a half tracker, but not put away.
Tino Sara, best bowling figures of 3 for 20. That was got in the quick book. A big appeal there, but nothing given by the umpire. No but a B. I don't know if there was some bat. Oh, he says it is a pad, and that's why Tino's call and appeal was a little louder. Tino Sara, of course, playing her 6th T20I for Uganda today. Dance down the wicket. Who wants that? Caught sleeping. Esther Luku, you could have done some magic there and clung on to that one. Not today. Tino Sara has picked up 7 wickets from the 96 balls she's bowled before today. An economy of 3.7 tells you she's a very good tight bowler. This time there she's hit to the sweeper where Musa Mali is. The two batters, of course, you can see them and feel for them. They're trying to get as many as they can now because they're running out of time. and running out of resources. Resources, talking about the overs left. Amapara Kaul, yes, she's going to be the captain, but 19 from 30, make that 20 from 31, won't get them across the line. And for Vandana Mahajan, who made inroads with the ball, 12 from 19, still won't cut it because they need at least 50 runs. Make that 51 runs from just 37 balls.
In all the games that Canada has played, it is the captain who has led from the front. This time round goes on one knee and sends it all the way to the boundary. Swept to perfection there by Vandana. I didn't see that sweep shot coming, especially the way how they've been struggling to get boundaries. But looking at the way how she played the sweep shot tells me that she has more than the ball. Rather, she has more runs with the bat, not just with the ball as well.
It was a hit-me ball from Tino Sarah to end her third there. I think trying to buy a wicket. Ground staff happy to watch. Franklin Subuga, oldest man playing for the Cricket Cranes there, standing and watching on, 45 years young, and he's still grinding it out there with the young starlets who were not even born when he first played for Uganda in 1996. More flowers to that man. You see him, you recognize him, and you know, game knows game when game sees game. 53 now for 5 in 14. Another 48 runs is what Canada need. 48 from 36 balls. And what does the captain go to? He will give the vice captain a chance to come through and bowl some overs. It's a day to try out new things. Rita Musamali with Amapara Kaul still fighting with Vandana Mahajan.
An overthrow there. The wicketkeeper doesn't stop the ball from the first attempt. That's the Lugogo complex there in your frame.
Next door here, the Forest Mall. It's a one-stop center. The only thing you can't buy there is a car. But everything else is sold right there. Cheeky, stylish. Esther Iloko, walking up from her slumber there, doing third-man duties today. When you don't score runs as a batter, that's how the game ends up for you. You end up fielding and you look so disinterested on the park.
Leave alone having not scored runs in the last 3 games. So that alone mounts more pressure on you.
Big booming drive down the ground to Alako. That does she do? She stops it at the first time of asking. And it'll throw to the bowler. The idea here is easy for Musamali. Just keep it full and straight. Ask them of their abilities to hit over the top. Ask them of their abilities to conjure up big shots because they need runs and they can give themselves a hope. Hit straight to there. Naomi Jane Grace. Naomi Jane Amongin, not Grace. Grace not part of her names. One of the people coming from Eastern Uganda there, the names Amongin, Amuge, Apio.
Not forgetting Alako.
Alako, said. Clean board. The little fist pump from Rita Musamali comes through as Canada women here continue to lose wickets. They're falling like dominoes. And wicket number 6 does belong to the skipper, Vice Captain Rita Musamali, as Vandana Mahajan departs for 17 from 23.
As you had said earlier, that only thing that she needs to do is bowl straight, let them conjure big shots. And now she answers to your calling. I think she has something that she's putting on, maybe a microphone here to your calling. And she answers to the call. Looking at the replay, they are trying to come down the track, going for a big shot across the lane. Little Shimi not really getting the lane that she would have loved, finding herself cramped for room not to go over, rather under the ball. The wickets are rattled. 6 wickets for Canada have fallen for only 56 runs.
Rita Musamali fell for a duck today, but she will have smiles cutting across her face because she's picked up a wicket, getting her name in the scorebook for the right reasons. She's not bowled a lot, Musamali, but 22 wickets now to her name. Chance for a runner. Look at this. Is that out? No, not out. Keeper was not yet right behind the stumps by the time Estelle Loko did that good clean-up job.
Like you said, she didn't have runs for, rather with the bat, but she has come in and picked a wicket. This is a chance of a run out. Oh, the throw wasn't direct to the stumps. Rather, Kevin had a lot of the pickings to make. In the turn, the bat had already made the ground. Coming back to my point that that's the advantage of being an all-rounder. If you don't perform with the bat, maybe you get a chance to compensate with the ball. Unlike for my wicket keeper, Esther, who doesn't have even to bowl, will just stay with the duck and maybe do the fielding. 15 down, 57 for 6.
Teresa Lavia is the new batter in, with Tino Sarah being given her final over, yet to pick up a wicket to add to the 7 wickets she does have in international cricket. You come into the side as a youngster, you're only 17 years old. All you have to do is continue putting your hand up and staying alive in the coaches' faces that I am up for selection anytime you need me. Hit down the ground. This will be 4 runs. Surely, and surely, yes. She was trying to buy mangoes in an apple store and she sent down the side screen there for a beautiful boundary.
Really beautiful for a powerful hitter like Terisha. We saw her picking up for Canada yesterday, and now straight away on the second ball, just with it on it, full and flated, just lunging forward and under it and hits it straight. Beautiful shot there to watch from a powerful lady like her. One thing that Tino has to know is that she doesn't have to give flight on for such a bowler who is coming hard at every ball.
Rita Tinka, arguably one of the women who's given back a lot to women's cricket, with a club of her own in Pioneer and a former board member. 4 runs, that will be 4. That will be 4 runs. Guilty party is a Muge. Umpire indicates wide first. Was that wide?
Yeah.
Wide from the youngster. And then look at the chase. She got hold of the ball and then crossed the finish line with it. Very angry with herself, Kevin Amuge. But that is a feeble. That is below the belt from her. Unacceptable fielding standards. That the Victoria Powers do set a very high standard for themselves when it comes to fielding. No run this time round. Look at her spell. You come in as a replacement to Sarah Akiteng and you bowl like this, the coaches start thinking maybe you made a wrong decision. None for 24. Chance for a count and ball. She goes downtown to Immaculate Nakisui, who cleans up nicely. Tino, of course, a better bowler than we've seen today. I know maybe things would have happened the other way around, but she must show that she's playing with heart as well. Flight on off again. Won't be a boundary, but will they take a second? The pickup is good from Nakisui. And the applause from the dugout is good. They say, well done to you, Immaculate. But a beautiful big over here. 11 runs already from it. It's giving Canada's dugout something to cheer about. And this one goes downtown. 4 runs. Yes, it is. The over Tino Sarah ends the boundary. Arguably the biggest over that Canada have milked from the Ugandans. 14 runs to the total. Is there any more fight left in the Canadians? Can we have some late drama here?
I believe still with the danger lady in there. Terisha still there. You get a feeling that she can do a lot with the bat. We have seen her hit 6s, hit 4s, and now she have started from a high note. getting those boundaries. I feel there is still fighting the Canadian batters, and we are yet to see even the captain herself. She's still silent in the middle there, but she can do better with the bat.
There will be a change in the comms box here as Fortune Alijuna, you'll see him at the post-match presentation, takes a break. 72 for 6 after 16. Canada need 29 runs from 4 overs. Possible, impossible. They have 4 wickets in hand.
Nothing is impossible.
Beautiful shot. That will be 4 runs to the total. They start with a boundary. They need just 7 runs every over now. The over has been negated. Now they need 3. It's looking very possible from a team that needed 51 from 36. Now it's getting better and better. Late show, late drama, and here we are watching.
Hope this is not just a glimmer of hope. And hope Canada hasn't woken up when it's already morning. But clearly, this is a game where I chanced and fancied Canada to maybe pick up a victory. But failing to take care of the wicket column early in the innings has really costed them. The captain for the side still putting up a fight there. She's really been a lone ranger with a pedestrian knock of 28 of 36 so far in the game. Lavia giving great support from the other side, 10 of 6 already.
Yeah, Lavia and Amaparka all doing the job. Every run is being cheered on. That's the hope that never dies when you're a cricketer. Sometimes they say hope, and hoping beyond hope kills you eventually. Bowlers taking you close but never winning games. But in the middle there, the proper all-rounders. Telisha Lavia and Amaparka, who the captain, staying true to the game. Big appeal, and she's gone. It is that hope that will kill you eventually, Ivan. Good take from the keeper. Awino, she looked like to fumble it a little bit, but she held on dearly. And Musamali, out of the blue, has 2 wickets, and she's dimmed the lights on the hopes of the Canadians.
Yarita Musamali, not a player who can rate off in everything. She didn't shine with the bat, not putting in runs, but manages to get 2 wickets. 2 big wickets. The batters that Rita Musamali has managed to dismiss have been the batters who have been trying to make sure that they put some knocks there for Team Canada. Of course, earlier on, dismissing the dangerous Vandan Mahajan, who posted 17 of 23. Now Ritam Sama returns with the ball and manages to see off Amarpal Kaur, who's posted 28 of 37. And I believe from here on, Uganda will breathe a bit because they've gotten rid of the dangerous Amarpal, who could have clearly snatched the game out of the hands of Uganda. Now, the chances for Uganda winning this game, even going higher, as now they'll just try and make sure that they bowl well to the one all-rounder and the other bowlers who have come in to bat for Team Canada.
Chance to run the takeoff quickly for a quick single. What would be a win here? If, for example, I am a doomsday preacher and I say Canada will not win here, but what will be a winning point for them? The high score previous has been 82. Is scoring above 80 just enough for them today? Or what would be a winning position for them?
I think even playing all the overs could be a win for them. And the fact that they have gotten some of their batters have gotten some runs. Of course, they've been relying on Achin Pereira to score the runs, but now we've seen the captain coming to the party. We've seen Vandana also coming to the party to score some runs. So I think these are all winning points for Team Canada. But how they deal with this death will also be very, very important. Despite the number of wickets lost, they should try and make sure that they milk as many runs as they can in these remaining overs.
Musamali went for a boundary up front, but she ends up giving her just 8 runs in the over. You could say maybe enough that they needed for the over when they needed 7 per over. But now 17 overs gone. Canada women 80 for 7.
The required run rate for Canada to win this game is 7 every over, as they need just 21 runs from as many as 18 balls. I tell you, Innocent, this is still achievable for Team Canada. If they could try and make sure that they keep the fight alive, maybe they have a chance of picking up something in this game. But now Mejena Mongin will return to ball from the side of the Shell. Her first 3 overs went for just 7 runs. She's been the most economical so far. We're having an economy of 2.33. And now she has the ball in her hands to steam in from the Shell end.
Straight and full. There's no appeal from the bowler, so umpire react less when there's no appeal from the bowler. Abino but just looks around the park and says, keep it calm, guys.
Yeah, but from the commentary angle, you could clearly say that was missing stumps on the side of the leg. And as soon as she bowls that one, we see extra cover coming up. And fine leg, Kevin Amuge dropping down to the boundary, because it looks like Amuge will be bowling to the pads.
Trying to take the sting out of the game that was starting to be into a pressure cooker, with Amar Parkaul still there. And Teresha Lavia, that's the line she's bowling. Swinging it in. Bata. And denying her any arms to play with. Hit very well, hit straight, chance for a run out, and yes, they run deep down into the river and drown. Canada lose another. Zil Patel, bye-bye.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation, miscommunication between these two batters. Third run out for Team Canada in this chase. I tell you, this is one of the moments that the coach will be reflecting at and saying that how did we gift out 3 wickets? They need to try and make sure that they take care of those runouts, because clearly 3 runouts means that you've just given out wickets. But that's the replay there. Ball played towards the point area. The run out there. Clearly the work being done there by Kevin Awino, wiping off the bells and helping Uganda to pick up another wicket. Zul Patel departs after scoring just 1 run of 4 deliveries. And now it will be bowlers do some batting for Team Canada. Tiffany Thorpe is the last batter to make her way out of the crease, out to the crease there for Team Canada. 8 off 8 after 17.3.
Tiffany Thorpe there with the big blade, with the long levers, off the mark immediately.
I tell you something about Tiffany. Yesterday, Innocent, when we went to Gayaza for the Women's Day cricket celebration, Tiffany was standing right close from where I was. And she really made some good coaching session to the girls of Gayaza. She really had an entertaining session, and she has that West Indian accent. I tell you, the girls from Gayaza liked it. I got interested to come close to and ask her, how comes your team is enjoying the most? She says, I'm trying to build some bit of competition in these girls, trying them to try and hit the stumps, and whoever hits wins. So the competition is making it lit up.
Little did she know it was all about the accent, and how this generation loves to hear those big accents coming through, and the Western accent. Lovely, lovely stuff. You hear it, you want to hear it again. Believe me, I was in the West Indies. I can tell you much more about those accents and how lovely they are to listen to. I also have one if I run into a West Indian.
But 2 runs coming off that over there from Naomi Jane Amongin. Good death over bowling there from Naomi Jane. 18 overs gone, 82 for 8. And now we are into the penultimate over of the game. I have a friend who keeps claiming that he owns the word penultimate. But that is the run out which happened in that over. Prescovia Alako picking it up at point, and Kevin Awino doing the easy work. Disappointment there because there was miscommunication clearly there between Zil and her batting partner. But very disappointed.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Kevin Amuge with the penultimate. Clean balls her. First up, Tiffany Thorpe says, I'll go for the skies. I beg your pardon, not Tiffany. It is Teresia Lavia who is clean ball going for a glory shot. There's no glory in the skies now. It's the lights that have been dimmed for Team Canada, who left Birui with a missed chance when they had 7 runs to win for every over with 6 wickets in hand.
She will be happy that she's shown some intent. She's also had her strike rate be over 100, 12 off 11. But unfortunately, not the best of shots there to play. Clearly, she swung across the line and missed that one completely. The ball rattled the middle stump. And Teresia Lavia, who has been lethal with the ball, picking up 2 wickets in Uganda's innings, will now make that long walk back to the...
Yeah, they had Ugandans there in lots of trouble. Early wickets in the power play, just 20 runs odd for Uganda in the power play. Vandana Mahajan with 2 wickets, 2 for 12 in her 4. And then Teresa with 2 wickets of her own. Of course, Uganda fighting at the end thanks to Nampina, thanks to Alako, and to the wall built by Kevin Awino and the captain, Janet Mbabazi. But here is Amuge trying to wrap up things. Tiffany praying that she can get a hold of the strike with Shrishti Raha, the new batter, in.
Yeah, Shrishti Raha and her debut on match day number 2. And her teammates were very happy for her. I had a loud applause as she was receiving her debut cap. But now she will need to make some noise with the bat. She is the last batter to make her way out of the dugout, but there's a run-out chance. Good throw there from Ritam Samali. Easy work there from Kevin Awino. And Team Canada has been bowled out for just 82 runs here to give Uganda another victory. And the victory will see them seal a series win here at Lugogo Cricket Oval.
Well said, Ivan Sajabi. This is how it all came to an end. In the block hole from Amuge. And look at that, the pickup from Musamali, who's picked up 2 wickets of her own. Her shades were flying all over the place, but not the ball. Tossing it up to the keeper. And Tiffany Thorpe, not even in the frame. She misses the Kodak moment. She misses the chance to add another run to her team. And it's the end. There's Shrishti Raha and Tiffany Thorpe cannot get their team across the line. Like they say, like the old English adage, the bowlers always get you close. They never win you the matches. Canada will trudge off, thinking and ruining a missed chance, hoping that if 3 ever existed, maybe they could have sprung a surprise against Uganda. And this is how the wickets fell over for Amuge. Catches, bowled, and a run out at the very end.
I tell you, the bowlers have taken Canada as close as 18 runs short. But in the end, it will be Uganda celebrating the series win, picking up victory here at Lugogo Cricket Oval on match day number 3. Canada won the toss and elected to bowl first. The decision did backfire, but just 100 runs Uganda is what Uganda managed to set for a loss of 6 wickets. And Canada falling short by 18 runs. Beautiful sights. But a shout out to the sponsors: Dafabet, Sportbox, Fireflies, Dreamcatchers, Blacklight, Cricket Uganda, Canada Cricket, all making sure that they put this tournament together. Not forgetting Leica Mobile, the sponsors of Uganda of Cricket Uganda.
We'll show you how the innings did come to an end with the scorecard of Team Canada here. Achin Pereira, only 1. Habiba Bada fell early in the power play as well for not of 2. Kevin Amuge was the chief distractor. Then Indomate Godia, 7 from 14. Amampa Kao, the captain, held 4 with 28 from 37. The other players to get into double digits were Vandana Mahajan, 17 from 23. Teresa Lavia striking it at over 100% with 12 from 11. And Uganda being very generous because the top scorer in the innings for Canada was extras, 10 to the total. Canada falling short by 18 runs at the very end as they got bowled out for 82 in 18.3. Uganda wrap up the series with a 3-0 lead now with 2 games to play tomorrow and on Sunday. And this is the bowling for Team Uganda. Amuge, easily the player of the match again. 3 for 7 in her 3.3 overs. And look at Rita Musamali, the vice captain, asked to bowl for the first time in a long while in her playing career. She comes up with the fruits, 2 for 12 in 2. And the other wicket was picked up by the seasoned campaigner. 1 for 11 for Consulate Awekoni Mungu, former captain of the Victoria Pearls. You see, it is the Victoria Pearls, as you can see, that wrap this one up on a match day number 3, game number 3 of the Victoria Series 2023. You missed the game early on. You know that Uganda lost the toss. We had to bat first. They got 100 for 6 thanks to Nampina's 24-18. Awino, who came in and reconstructed with 21 from 27, and Janet Mbabazi, who played a captain's innings to stay right there with 20 from 33. With the wickets, Lavia Terisha, 2 for 10. Mahajan Vandana, 2 for 12. 1 for 21 for Goldial. At the end of the day, the Victoria Pearls are champions by 18 runs. And as the table standings do tell the full story, it is Uganda unbeaten with 6 points, a net run rate of 1.09. Canada yet to get off the mark. They will try again tomorrow when they come for game number 4, and again on Sunday as they try to look for some reprieve and end with some consolation and maybe turn this series into a 3-4 affair. For now, enjoy that warm down session of the Ugandans and the Canadians as we do come up with the post-match presentation with Mr. Fortune Alijuna. My name has been Innocent Daula, and I have had a great company in the comment box with Ivan Sajabi. See you with Fortune in a short while.
Microphone testing. Welcome for the post-match presentation where Uganda was playing Canada in the Victoria Pearl series, where Uganda managed to win by chasing 100, rather by defending 100. Canada lucky after winning the toss and opting to bowl first. And with me here I have the captains for Uganda and Canada, but I will ask the captain for Canada to come first. Tough luck, Kua, after winning the toss and opting to bowl first. What really didn't come your way?
Yeah, I think first of all, in the fielding, we give 10 or 15 run extra to them, and after that, we drop some crucial catches on the field, and yeah, that wasn't expected from girls. So after that, while chasing, I think we didn't use our last 2 overs in the batting, and yeah, that was a crucial thing for us.
Yeah, that was not really crucial as you have mentioned, but now you have lost 3 games and you're only left with 2 games. What could we expect from you coming back to the remaining 2 games?
Yeah, we are still learning from game one, and it's still we are keep going, and we only focus on our process. And girls are very much interested to learn more, and they are getting good experience over here. So yeah, looking forward for the next games.
Oh, thank you very much. All the best in the remaining 2 games. I'll let you go for Captain Uganda. Please, Janet, join me for the post-match. Very well done, Captain.
Thank you.
Having lost your toss but managed to chase down 100, what do you feel you did right?
Having managed to defend 100, yeah, I think that Kevin Amuge, Amongin, Naomi were very exceptional in the power play. Amuge striking in the power play, picking the wickets when we needed her to do. Some very good fielding in the on the field as well. We had some good runouts here and there, tough, good morale. So I think that's what helped us today.
Yeah, I will say. And I saw you changing the bowling techniques that you used from the previous game, allowing the 2 pace bowlers instead of using the left-arm orthodox. What was really on your mind?
I think that Kitty did quite well in the first 2 games, and having the youngster Tino coming up, we need to she needs to be able to, gain her confidence there and there. Rita Musamali herself, and I think Naomi and Namuge, it's important that, they take up more responsibility, they do the job as, because the team expects them to strike in the power play, and I'm glad that they're able to do that today.
Yeah, last question for you. Having won 3 games and only only left with 2 games, what changes can we see, given that we haven't seen the wicketkeeper coming to play, or even the spinner in your team coming to play? Could we see them coming to play the remaining 2 games?
I think that it's in the plan. Depends on what happens today, tomorrow. team plan. We would like everyone to have an opportunity, but at the end of the day, only 11 can walk out, and team strategy is team strategy. So yeah, we'll wait and see.
Thank you very much. That's what said from the captain. Before I welcome the player of the match, Kevin, who did a really great job. Let me welcome the chairman selector, Nihal Bibodi, to hand off the player of match award, courtesy of Black, to Kevin Amuge. Quick questions for you, Kevin. Having a little chat with you in the morning before the toss even, you told me how you loved music and you would have wished to have one for yourself. How happy are you after getting the award that you really craved?
I am so happy because I I worked on what I wanted to achieve and it has come true that today I wanted to support my team, and really I came in the morning knowing that I want to support my team today with all my heart, and this is all what has happened. I thank everyone who supported me today, my fans, my team, and everyone out there who has supported me today, because it comes with support, not only hard work, but even with support.
Yeah, thank you very much. And having had a very brilliant spell, picking 3 wickets in 3.3 overs and only conceding 7 runs, even being involved in 3 run-outs while you're bowling, how special do you feel that was?
I feel very happy because even the run-outs came from my teammates. Without them, I cannot do much because we have team goals that we have to achieve, and that's all what we worked upon, and it all came true.
Thank you very much for your efforts and congratulations to Wayne, and coming forward to the next 2 games, all the best. That was it from the post-match presentation. Junior Fortunate, I sign out from here.